Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Yes. It's game day. The Golden State Warriors taking the trip up 80 to take on your Sacramento Kings. And Allen Stiles, the Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports. We got you covered. 10 a.m., 2 p.m. No Draymond Green, no Jonathan Kuminga, no problem.
I hate that damn bean.
Well, we hate you too, Draymond. Kings better not take the Warriors for granted. Do not slip up tonight. 9-2 under Doug Christie, 6-0 at home under Doug Christie. Got to keep that thing rolling. Keep it rolling. When they're down, we're going to hear from De'Aaron Fox. When they're down, keep them down. That's exactly what the theme is for today's show. No mercy. No mercy. Those fans, I do wonder, now that the Warriors aren't winning the way that they used to be winning, I do wonder what it will look like in Golden One Center. Because we know Warrior fans get real loud when they're playing well, right? I wonder what it will look like in Golden One Center tonight. Game is on ESPN, another national game for the Sacramento Kings. Will Warriors fans show up the way they normally show up, throwing up their fours like they're Klay Thompson, like they were wearing the jerseys, like they made the shots? Or will they decide, you know what? No Draymond, no Kuminga. It's just Steph and Lindy Waters the third. Well, let's just hang out. Let's just hang out and watch at home. Buddy Hield, I will say this. Prop talk, that's not till the end of the show, but the one thing that does worry me is a Buddy Hield revenge game. Now, you can still have a revenge game and lose, but that is the one thing that does worry me. So we have plenty of Warriors talk where they're at, obviously, how that pertains to the Kings, as we are the home of your Sacramento Kings. And speaking of home, the hometown kid, shout out Vallejo, CeCe Sabathia, inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Shout out to CeCe, by the way. Also, Ichiro Suzuki, if you were a fan of Major League Baseball, what was that? You know, a decade ago, whenever that was, maybe over a decade ago, Ichiro Suzuki, you know, the funny thing about Ichiro, he's one vote away from being unanimous decision, which is embarrassing for whoever decided not to give him that vote. There's always that contrarian. And you need to out these people. They need to come out. And I saw some baseball writers literally saying, show yourself. And I think they should. Maybe he has, I don't know, but it's just why? Why do you have to continue to do this stuff just to be different? What is your reasoning? But the funny thing about Ichiro is I remember watching a 30 for 30 on Herschel Walker. And the 30 for 30 talked about how there were these crazy stories about Herschel Walker, about how he jumped over these train tracks and he could do 8,000 push-ups, just otherworldly stuff. And I feel like Ichiro is the baseball version of Herschel Walker. You'll hear stories about Ichiro can still throw 90 right now. He'll still hit a home run with the whatever team that he's coaching with. Just these crazy stories about Ichiro and how, remember that batting practice where Ichiro just has decided not to hit home runs. He spent the whole batting practice and he hit whatever amount in the round. He hit them all out of the park. So Ichiro has this otherworldly strength, but he decided to be a leadoff hitter. So shout out Ichiro, and no shout out to that voter that decided to be that contrarian and keep Ichiro one vote away for being unanimous, but both of them going into the Hall of Fame. So we love it. I actually played baseball at De La Salle with CeCe Sabathia's family member. Shout out Nick Burhill. He went on to play at USC. So shout out CeCe Sabathia. Shout out Vallejo, the Valley Joe. And of course, shout out to Ichiro Suzuki. But let's continue on here as we have a crazy, crazy show for you. And we got to do it up. Kings Warriors. All right. Dieter Kurtenbach, who is a columnist for Bay Area Sports HQ. He's also a host at KMBR. He will join us at 1 o'clock. Me and Dieter go way back, okay, to peel back the curtain. Dieter was one of the first guys to let me on the air. So shout out to Dieter and shout out to everything he has going on. We will hear from Dieter at 1 o'clock as we ask Dieter what in the world has happened with the Golden State Warriors. We have sound from yesterday's practice, from Coach Doug Christie, from Keon, Ellis, from just a bunch of dudes that spoke. Of course, De'Aaron Fox as well, as De'Aaron had some things to say about the Warriors and kicking them while they're down. The Jimmy Butler ridiculous 4-team trade. I mean, I'm getting to Cam Johnson levels with this Jimmy Butler thing. And Jimmy, y'all know how I feel about Jimmy Butler. But now Bradley Beal says, I will remove my no trade clause to go to Milwaukee. I don't even know if Milwaukee fans want him. I think he would be a pretty good 2 guard to Damian Lillard's 1. That defense is probably going to stink. But if you're going all in on the offense, if, Chris Middleton and his health just hasn't been something you can rely upon. Now we're talking about a 4-team trade there. We got some pocket watching. Not only are the Kings in action today, but some other teams are in action. We will see how that all will work out for the Kings. Kings got to take care of business. That's the biggest thing. Then, of course, we have our Warriors-Kings preview, including prop talk and dog segment. So it's going to be 4 hours. It's going to go by very, very quickly. And, of course, we know you're in and out of the car, so we'll try to hit on the most important parts as many times as possible. We are going to try to sneak in a little bit of football here with this Ben Johnson thing. So you have Lions fans just upset about the Ben Johnson, how he handled yesterday. He gets announced as the head coach of the Bears, and it brought up a conversation about was he fully there during that NFC divisional game, and should the NFL look to change how this works? I don't know if it's sour grapes, but we're going to try to sneak that in. No promises. If not, we will get to it at some point this week. But Kyle, it's been a while, but it's time for a Wednesday edition of Style Espresso. Oh yeah, that's a good one today. That's strong. Oh, okay. And yes, now I had to close it. It's time.
Forgot about the drop.
That's a new one. It's time for some Style Espresso. And I'm going to keep this very, very simple. The Kings are on the clock. They're on the clock with De'Aaron Fox. They're on the clock in the West. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Winter is coming in Game of Thrones, and Wemby is coming in the NBA with the San Antonio Spurs. Let's look around at the Western Conference. Oklahoma City is outstanding, but they're young and unproven. Houston has no star, and we know they are liable to implode at any moment when they start infighting with each other. The Grizzlies are struggling with identity, okay? Is Ja Morant still that dude? We think so, but why are they so good without Ja Morant if he's so important? If you were to guess right now who's going to win the West, you'd probably say OKC based on their ridiculous record, but would you be surprised if the Nuggets won the West? Would you be surprised if Luka came back and the Mavericks made another run? Would you be surprised if the Clippers were actually able to stay healthy? Maybe that a little bit there. But it is wide open right now. And the Kings have a decision to make. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what the move is, whether it's for Cam Johnson, whether it's for John Collins, whatever they believe that move to be. The report now is that the conversation is about the first round pick and the protections on that pick. So the Kings have said, hey, Brooklyn, you want a first rounder here. We want it protected. Brooklyn is saying, no, unprotected. So the back and forth is happening there. I'm not even saying Cam Johnson is still my guy. I got Cam Johnson fatigue. But you have a decision to make with De'Aaron Fox. And if the argument is, as Sam Amick has laid out on these airwaves on the morning show, getting to the second round, this is the season where you can do that. You make a move, whatever you feel like that move is, if you want to keep De'Aaron Fox, and there's no reason that this Sacramento Kings team can't get to the second round and show De'Aaron Fox, and De'Aaron Fox got to be a part of it, by the way, and show De'Aaron Fox that they can compete at a high level. Show De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis is a top 3, top 2 big in this league. Malik Monk is moving from a nice resurgence story to a legit top guard in this league. Keegan Murray is moving from the young, shy sharpshooter to an all-around two-way player. DeMar DeRozan is a Hall of Famer that you helped bring in, De'Aaron. The second round is right in front of us. I can smell it. But they got to make a decision. Who is it that you want to be? Do you want to save those first-round picks that are playing CYO, AAU high school ball right now when Wemby is in his prime? When at that point, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka, they might be proven? We're playing the Golden State Warriors tonight. You want to know what I keep hearing about the Golden State Warriors? I keep hearing this is a pivotal week for them. No Draymond Green, no Jonathan Kuminga. They go at Kings tonight. They host the Bulls, and then they got the Lakers with no Draymond, no Kuminga. The word on the street is that the Warriors are prepared to sell this season in order to make sure they're in a good position next season. So the Warriors are just bowing out. We talk about teams that bow out, right? Last season, it was the Grizzlies. This season, it's the Warriors. We'll see what happens with the Lakers. The Lakers, they made that Western Conference from what? The 7th seed. Now they think they can just do that every season. But we don't know what this is going to look like next season. We don't know what the Spurs are going to do. We don't know what the Rockets are going to do. We don't know what the Warriors are going to do. We don't know what the Suns are going to do. What we know now is that if the line is the second round, the West is wide open, and the Kings need to make a decision on the West, on their future. De'Aaron, no De'Aaron, Domantas Sabonis moving forward. Keegan Murray, is he your guy? First round picks, Devin Carter, whatever it is. But they have an opportunity, and there's no reason they should let it slip. That was your Stiles Espresso, 4 hours. Let's get it. I'm not eating, but I'm drinking coffee. We're hyped up. Let's get back to it. Sacktown Sports. We'll be right back.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Snatch De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Little Leon Bridges for you. Oh, don't worry. I got some bangers that I have sent over to Kyle. Kyle can always tell when I'm in a mood because I'll have about 4 or 5 songs ready to go.
Or 12.
This was a Kyle choice, though. So shout out Kyle. This is a banger.
Last night I was listening to his new album, and excellent, up and down. Didn't get as much critical acclaim, but this is the first time I listened to it. Excellent.
There you go. And speaking of Kyle, Kyle just sent this over to me. This was 12 minutes ago as we discuss taking advantage of situations, okay? There are teams just struggle busing. The Suns struggle busing. The Warriors struggle busing. And now, from Shams about 12 minutes ago, Dallas Mavericks center Derek Lively has sustained a small fracture in his foot and is expected to miss 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months. Sources tell ESPN. Of course, a critical loss for the Dallas Mavericks, a team ahead of the Kings right now, and just there's a battle.
It's only 1 game difference right now, too.
There's a battle. So, again, look at the Kings and the health that they've had. Yes, they've had some people dinged up, and De'Aaron Fox's pinky is jacked up. I don't know if you saw that picture. Go check it out during the next break. But there is an opportunity for the Kings. What do they say in Hamilton? I'm not going to miss my shot. This is the shot for the Kings. I'm not saying they're going to win the whole thing, but second round in this West?
Just real quick, I've never seen Hamilton. Is that quote in reference to the duel?
I don't know.
Okay.
My mom and my sister are always singing it. I've only seen it once.
That would be a wild quote if it was.
A lot of opportunities for the Sacramento Kings. They have to make some tough decisions, and they got to do it soon. Okay, Kyle, let's hear about this ridiculous 4-team trade situation with Jimmy Butler. Of course, it would be Jimmy Butler. Just the drama just never ends with this guy. What is Shams saying about what could happen and some of the moves as the Suns made this trade yesterday? The Phoenix Suns are trading their 2031 unprotected first to the Utah Jazz for 3 first-round picks. The Suns are acquiring the least favorable first in 2025 from Cleveland and Minnesota, 2027 from Cleveland, Minnesota, Utah, and 2029 from Cleveland, Minnesota, Utah. So just real quick before we play that audio, that goes to what the Nets and the Kings are dealing with right now as it pertains to how important those protections are. So it might feel like a small thing to us. I know it does to me, but these protections are very important to these teams. So when, the reports come out that the protections are holding things up, it's not a small deal at all.
No, what it's telling you right now is that an unprotected first-round pick is actually worth 3 first-round picks.
That's right. I mean, which is crazy.
So if you're trading an unprotected first down the line for Cam Johnson, the market is telling you that's the equivalent of trading 3 first-round picks. And if I told you right now the Kings would have to give up Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, and 3 first-round picks to acquire Cam Johnson, would you do that trade? I think some Kings fans, if I phrase it like that, are more hesitant to give up unprotected pick for Cam Johnson.
All right, Kyle, let's hear from Shams and him breaking down this possible 4-team trade.
Jimmy Butler is a player that we've reported on for the last month and a half that he has wanted a trade out of Miami. The Suns are atop his list of preferred destinations. And the Suns, if they're going to complete a deal for Jimmy Butler, it's likely going to be something that's going to take 3, 4, 5 team potential trades from what I'm hearing. And to do that, you have to have enough assets to sufficiently make adequate all these other teams. And we still don't know. Will those 3 first-round picks that they've acquired, will that be enough? But both sides are kind of balancing leverage. The Suns making this deal to better position themselves for a player they know they're in a win-now, all-in situation. They need a player like Jimmy Butler to put next to Kevin Durant and Devin Booker.
So Bradley Beal is just chopped liver at this point.
I mean, he's literally coming off the bench.
Making $50 million, whatever he's making.
Yeah, and I guess the other interesting part is that it looks like the Bucks might be interested in this, or the Bulls might be interested in facilitating it. And from their standpoint, I'm just looking at it like, so Chris Middleton literally is chopped liver at this point. All those years of Giannis saying...
He can't stay on the floor.
Yeah, I get it, but it's just like, if Chris Middleton was going to be so disposable anyways... I just don't understand why they didn't trade him for Damian Lillard in the first place. But I guess now, whatever.
Well, it takes 2 to tango as well.
Sure. But Chris Middleton getting tossed aside for Bradley Beal at this point is kind of an unceremonious exit from his, he's going to have his jersey retired in Milwaukee one day. And it's just kind of an unceremonious exit after 13 years.
You know what I also heard, and this pertains to the Phoenix Suns. And Carmichael Dave and myself, we're going to mourn this together. This Yusuf Nurkic situation, somehow I read that he might end up back in Portland and the Suns could get Denny Avdia, which also the Portland Trailblazers have no clue what they're doing.
I would also say that I saw that story. That's from an unreliable source giving that information. It's not like one of the official Phoenix people.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Why the Blazers would move? why they would move off of Denny when Denny is, 23, 24 years old, and they have 8,000 guards. He's one of the bigger kind of small forwards on their team.
They only have guards and centers.
It's ridiculous. And they just got Denny this past offseason. So, good call on that one, Kyle, because that doesn't make any sense.
I saw the same story that you guys were talking about. That was not an official Phoenix Suns information person who was putting that out.
Because I like some Denny. And I would love to have Denny. I've talked about Denny out here. Denny has been a conversation. All right? Denny has been a conversation at the media table before games. I'll put it to you like that. I put Denny in the trade machine once before, and I'll do it again.
What's interesting, I kind of was thinking, can someone try and explain to me what the Suns are thinking by doing this? I guess the idea is by getting 3 lesser picks, they'll be able to attach one of those to Yusuf Nurkic's contract to make a deal happen. But at the same time, I'm just like, no one wants to take him. So what are they going to do to match salary if literally they tried to go to Charlotte, which I think of as like one of those teams happy to take on cap space for picks. Yeah. And Charlotte was like, we simply just don't want him. No, thank you.
Let's open up the phone lines and get this hype train rolling. 916-339-1140. Text line, call line. How are you feeling about the Sacramento Kings? There's no way. No Draymond, no Kuminga. There's no way the Kings make an appearance, right? Kings going to take care of business, go 7-0 at home. 916, Carl Thornton Jr. says, hey, man, that espresso pour lasts a little bit too long, my guy, making me a little bit uncomfortable. I agree, Carl. I agree. I don't know where. Yeah. And now we got to hear it again. It's a little long. I agree with you, Carl.
It's the whole pot.
That's right. And that's what I had, the whole pot. And we're going to take you up to 2 p.m. and continue to make it hot and make you uncomfortable talking about the Sacramento Kings. All right, on the other side, De'Aaron Fox talks about the Warriors and kicking them while they're down. He also gives his X and O's breakdown of how DeMar drawing the double teams opens things up, not just for De'Aaron Fox, but for the whole team. Let's hear from De'Aaron post-practice from yesterday's practice when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keon, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Wednesday, and after the chill of the morning wears off, we've got a pretty nice day ahead. But for the morning, you may see some patches of fog and frost as temperatures get down around freezing. By the afternoon, expect sunshine and highs today in the low 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Elk Grove Honda reports that Honda has earned 3 coveted 2025 Car and Driver 10 Best Awards for the 3rd year in a row, honoring Honda Civic, Accord, and CRV. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples home and office hot deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair. Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and a member FDIC.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Happy New Grill. Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat as we did on Christmas Eve. Bring out all the flavors of the new year with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Complete with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Whitey and Napoleon Grills wish you Happy New Year. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections. Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
I would like 3 chicken wing with the fried rice. I would like 3 chicken wing with the fried rice. I would like 3 chicken wing with the fried rice.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, take you up to 2 p.m.
I promise you this was not my pick.
Well, you might want to claim it because it's a banger.
Well, I told you during the break, I don't know if this is the first time I've ever heard this song. I don't know if I love it or hate it.
I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing.
It's amazing. I love this. I love that he's just...
You know, gotta shout out some fried rice sometimes as we take you up to 2 p.m. The Kings practiced yesterday, of course. We spoke with Keegan Murray. By the way, if you missed that interview, go check that out on YouTube, the Sacktown Sports app, wherever you get your podcast. It was a great interview. Keegan, you know, he impressed, we impressed, Keegan and myself impressed Kevin, Michael, Whitey, Gleason with Keegan's responses. So if Whitey is impressed, you know that you need to go check it out if you haven't heard it or seen it yet. So thank you to Keegan. Thank you to the Kings organization. As always, appreciate that partnership, giving us an opportunity to talk to Keegan in an exclusive way that you can only hear right here on the home of the Sacramento Kings. De'Aaron Fox also spoke to the media, and De'Aaron had some things to say about the Warriors, and he also broke down DeMar DeRozan and some of the things that we're seeing. And I always appreciate when we're seeing this with our naked eye and then hearing from these guys who they'll forget more basketball than most of us will know, just breaking down what exactly it is that we're seeing and putting it into layman's terms. But here is De'Aaron Fox on the Golden State Warriors.
I mean, they haven't been playing well, so kick them while they're down. The ones that we saw were kind of when we were on the East Coast trip. I think OKC blew out New York, then New York blew out Milwaukee, then Milwaukee hit us. So obviously you don't want to be that team that, lets a team right their wrongs. So we have to go in and obviously continue to play the way we play them. But like I said, you want to in this league, you got to be able to kick teams while they're down.
Straight up.
They haven't been playing well, so kick them while they're down.
Kick them while they're down. Yeah, and as we have opened up the phone lines in the text line, Esteban, one of our P0 listeners, Esteban, how can the Warriors trick off one of the last seasons Steph had? He can't be cool with that. That's from Esteban. Yeah, I agree with you, Esteban, but that ain't our problem. That's Golden State's problem. They want to sit there and, we want to save the organization. I said this yesterday when I saw this. I came across this number as far as plus minus. There are two positive players, offensive players on the Warriors: Andrew Wiggins and Steph Curry. That's it. They got a team of untouchables, but only two of them have a positive plus minus as far as their offensive rating is concerned. That's insanity. So no Draymond Green, no Jonathan Kuminga. The goal tonight, as I've told you, I have heard from my Bay Area sources, the Warriors are preparing to shut down Steph and Draymond at some point. When you start to continue to look up and you're chasing a 10 seed and there's fluid in Steph's knee and Draymond's back keeps acting up, let's send them early.
Kick them while they're down.
Let's send them into that conversation early where Steph is going to, looks like Steph's knee's acting up again. Hey, it's mid-February, whatever it is. We're going to shut Steph down. He's 36 years old. Hey, Draymond's back. He couldn't even play. He couldn't even play this past week. We've actually decided to shut Draymond down. The Kings need to go in thinking we need to be part of that decision. We need to help accelerate that decision. That's where they need to be right now.
I mean, the Sacramento Kings have already done this before, right? Between the ending the Steph, Clay, Draymond big three. The year before that, Bob Myers leaves as soon as the Kings-Warriors series ends. I mean, this is how the dynasties break up, right? It's little by little over the years. I don't know who the next piece to go is going to be for the Kings, or for the Warriors, but this is how it ends. And sure, losing to the Kings tonight might be a microcosm or a symptom of bigger issues, but you could go back to that Beam Team season on down. It's just been a steady, slow decline for the Golden State Warriors, literally ever since they beat the Kings in Game 7 of that playoff series. And relatively predictable. This is what bad decisions for years and years end up reaping these results.
That's it. So that's where we're at with the Warriors. They just haven't been able to make the correct decisions. And going back to my style espresso with the Kings and making this run while they're hot, momentum is on their side. The Warriors are not, in their mind, they're not done. They're going to lick their wounds. They're going to take their medicine. And apparently this summer, they're trying to take a big swing somewhere. I still don't know. That's why we're going to talk to Dieter Kurtenbach. I don't know who's untouchable. I don't know, when they say they don't want to put the organization in a bad situation. Is that because of the picks? Is that because of Jonathan Kuminga? Is that because of Brandon Bajemski? What are they talking about? We're going to talk to Dieter in a couple hours here at 1:00 because they're doing something this summer. At least that's their idea. That is what Marcus Thompson, who is one of the great writers in all of sports, specifically in the Bay Area, he's written books about the Warriors. Marcus Thompson went on Bay Area radio where Dieter is at, KMBR. Marcus Thompson said they're essentially moving towards selling this season to take a big swing this summer. Okay, and I'm not saying the Kings should make a rash decision based on the Warriors. I'm saying it's a larger conversation. The Suns are trying to look. Honestly, the Suns could get Jimmy Butler tomorrow, and you know how I feel about Jimmy Butler. I just think this. So the Suns are in a position where they're not even. Yes, they would like the 6th seed. It's still possible, but they're just trying to get into the dance and feel like they can heat up and do what the Sixers tried to do last season, which did not work out for them. So a lot of these teams that are not in the top 4 seeds, and I'll include the Clippers there. I'm not really sure what to do with the Clippers, but all these teams fighting for the 6th seed, they're all in different spots. And I would say out of those teams, the Kings clearly have the most momentum. Clearly.
Well, to your point about the Clippers are always the 5 seed, right?
That's right.
We established this last week, and it's still true. The Clippers, no matter who plays for their team, 5 seed.
That's right.
Okay. To the Warriors' point, I mean, you've covered them in the past and all that stuff, but like the Warriors are not a quote unquote big swing away from winning a championship.
They think they are.
You could argue that because you still have Steph Curry, you're always in the ballpark for a quote unquote big swing, but at the same time, they're not a big swing away. They're not maybe even 2 big swings away from competing for a championship. They're just so far behind the 8 ball at this point with no room for improvement that it just feels like that's the conversation Draymond was having a week ago. Bad organization, trying to push all the chips in the table just for the sake of saying we're going to try and win around Steph Curry when that ship kind of looks like it's sailed.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what the difference is going to be between now and the summer. There will be some other players available based on how this season ends, but they are essentially, they're not trying to get in trouble with the league, but they are counting their days to shut down Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That is what I'm hearing. Okay, obviously that's not a certain thing, but that is what I'm hearing.
That's crazy because of a matter of expectation, right? The Sacramento Kings and Golden State Warriors have the same record. They're a half game apart. So if the Warriors win tonight, they're better than the Sacramento Kings. And the Sacramento Kings are looking at it like, oh my God, we're the hottest team in the NBA and look where we're going now. Whereas back in November, it was like the Warriors have figured this out. Strength in numbers is back and the Kings are falling apart. It's crazy what a matter of expectation is when you're a team that has Steph Curry in the final, call it 5 years of his career, versus the Sacramento Kings where it's like, this is our prime, sure, but we didn't have any expectation a month ago. And look, now they're somehow in the same place. And the Warriors are talking about shutting down the season, and the Kings are talking about we're on the trajectory to pass the Mavericks, and we're going to be the 5 seed and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, the records are the records, but then when you look at the fact that the Warriors, since that 12-3 start, they've won about 8-9 games. All records aren't created equal, clearly. All right, Kyle, let's get to this sound from De'Aaron as he gives the X's and O's and kind of breaks down DeMar drawing the double teams and how that's helping the offense. Here it is.
Oh, I mean, anytime you put 2 on the ball, especially against us, I mean, I feel like with the type of team that we have, it makes our offense that much easier. And for some odd reason, I'm only shooting like 32%. And my guy never goes. Like, we're playing Houston and a men's guarding me. I'm like, bro, go help your teammate. Like, Debo's just scored 4 times in a row. He's like, nah, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, those are things that, like, we talked about even when Debo was first coming to the team. Like, there are times where you can go one-on-one and teams are just not going to help. And then, obviously, when he gets it rolling, like, I mean, he can get it rolling, just as best as anyone in the league and possibly ever. Once you have to commit another defender to him, we're able to put teams in rotation. Even if we don't shoot a 3 out of it, you're able to snap drive, touch the paint again, and just get better shots.
There you go. And I mean, you're literally watching it. I was sitting next to, who was I sitting next to? It was Brendan. I was sitting next to Brendan during that Rockets game, and Amen just said, sticking to the game plan, and part of that's on Ime Udoka. De'Aaron's not going to beat us. Okay. It was literally the picture perfect, pick your poison example, right? Where they just refused, because if they switched or Amen started to help more, De'Aaron would have cooked. So that situation, again, we have the All-NBA, and Whitey talked me off the ledge when it comes to the All-NBA conversation with De'Aaron Fox. There's still plenty of time, but we have these conversations. But beyond that, they're playing good basketball, right? They're playing basketball the right way. We have another player added to Golden State, the Warriors injury report. We'll tell you who it is on the other side, and we hear from Coach Christie what he had to say about the Sacramento Kings and whether or not, and this is me talking here, whether or not Doug Christie should get some looks for Coach of the Year. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body?
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. You get it?
Yes, good job.
So what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Something amazing is happening when power outages strike. Teams are powering through them. That's because CDW Solutions architects are building more resilient IT and electrical infrastructures with Schneider Electric. With EcoCare remote monitoring services and 24/7 support, your organization can do more than keep the lights on. Schneider Electric and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Schneider Electric.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, I got you something.
What's this?
Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Their artisan collections? Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from a good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally, $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Y'all know I can't pass by a baseball question. 916 says, do you think Madison Bumgarner will make the Hall of Fame? This was a big debate yesterday at my work. I'd have to look at the numbers again. 916, obviously, as a Giants fan, my initial thought is yes, but the Giants have a bunch of players like that, right? A bunch of players where they had really great moments. I mean, Bumgarner was essentially the reverse of Clayton Kershaw. Clayton Kershaw, just a stud during the regular season, and basically was a Peyton Manning of baseball, and now turning into what a lot of people are calling the new age Lamar Jackson as far as the playoff or lack thereof playoff success. But as far as Madison Bumgarner is concerned, obviously he has the accolades, the historic return in that World Series against the Royals. I'd have to check. My initial thought is he should sneak in, but baseball's weird, man. Baseball's weird, as we started the show talking about our guy CeCe Sabathia, Vallejo's finest, getting in, and Ichiro Suzuki 1 vote away from unanimous. So my initial thought is, how about yes, but wouldn't be surprised if he didn't. It's just the lack of regular season success, or the accolades, I should say. That's the problem.
All right, so I'm going through the all-time list of wins above replacement leaders. Among starting pitchers, Madison Bumgarner is 207th at 37.3, which puts him in the same camp as pitchers. I mean, there's some old ones, but I'm going to go modern pitchers such as Jake Peavy, David Price, Al Leiter, Johnny Cueto.
They're not sounding very Hall of Fame-y.
There's a handful of Hall of Famers with similar wars, but it's a lot of people with names like Lefty Gomez and Ray Brown and people who probably played
right. But then you throw on his World Series success. It's close. A lot of these dudes, it's close.
Yeah. Here, let me throw this one at you. Do you think John Lester is a Hall of Famer?
Probably.
Okay, then that means Madison Bumgarner's got a puncher's chance then.
But my whole thing, and I know they're different positions, if there are people who question, I don't know if it's about Buster getting in as a first ballot or Buster getting in at all, but if there's a question with Buster, then Bumgarner, that's rough to me. That's a rough go, because Buster's got way more accolades than Bumgarner.
Yeah, Buster's going to get in first ballot for sure. Bumgarner.
A lot of people, they're haters, but a lot of people do talk about Buster. None of these guys, they were all very short spurts, right? No, there's not a lot of longevity with the Giants.
I guess the thing that's working in Buster's favor is he has the MVP.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, Joe Mauer got in on the first ballot, and Buster's just as good as Joe Mauer.
Better.
Just saying, they're
Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
World Series. Multiple. So 916 says, not a Giants fan. I said he wouldn't have the overall numbers despite World Series success. I'm
going to lean that direction. I don't think he's going to get in, but it's not, he's right on the threshold, right? Like Adam Wainwright is way ahead of him in wins above replacement because he has the longevity thing going, but I don't know if Adam Wainwright's going to get in the Hall of Fame either.
There you go. Well, thank you, 916, for giving us a little baseball shout out there. Let's get to Coach Christie, and here's Doug on getting back to basics while keeping their structure. Here it is.
Being a player, I understand that mentality, and I think many times that's what you want. You just want the ability to go out there and play free. So I give them structure. They still have structure, but inside that structure, I can't always tell you how it's going to go. They might read it. They might ice it. They might, blitz you. It's a lot of different things that can happen. Like, we want this to happen, but inside of that, these are our options to overcome anything that they throw at us. And we have players that, in my estimation, are A, talented enough, and B, smart enough to be able to accomplish that. And that's to their credit.
There you go. That was Coach Christie on just the freedom. And that's what it looks like, right? I know I'm not trying to just say the same thing over and over and over again, like Marshawn Lynch, but we just keep hearing it's simple. It's free. There's a structure, but they're able to do what they want when they want. And, maybe there is a level of we're professional athletes, right? And there is a level of we don't need everything to kind of be told to us and be as rigid as maybe it was in the past. I always bring up the college basketball thing. When you see these dudes that, what one thing as we get into March Madness, you'll see a guy who's averaging 10 points, whatever. And when you talk to the scouts, they'll say, well, that's going to be 15 or whatever they believe it to be in the NBA because of that freedom, right? They're not able to do everything that they can do. Talking about CC Sabathia and me playing with his family member, his either a nephew or a cousin at De La Salle, was a lot of kids at De La Salle. They didn't want to play basketball there because you had to follow that offense, right? Same thing in college and high school. Certain programs are more rigid than others. And I think that you could take that to professional sports as well, specifically basketball, where maybe the previous regime's program, if you will, was a little bit more rigid than what Doug Christie is doing. I think a big part of that, and I'll give all the kudos that I can to Doug Christie, but it is, I should say, a lot easier to build a program based on what you believe wasn't working, right? If this was a blank slate, or if Doug was coming into a team where let's say the interim coach, whatever happened, and you're coming into a brand new situation and you got to start from scratch, that might be a little tougher. Doug is literally just saying, I know what wasn't working, and we're just going to basically manipulate and alter what I know from the inside was not working and try different things. You know what I mean? So he's seeing, okay, when things were very rigid and all of that was happening, we understand that wasn't working. So now we're going to make sure that if we do succeed, or even if we don't succeed, this is going to be in a completely different way. So I can appreciate Coach Christie for doing that and understanding I'm not going to try to continue doing the same thing, and I'm not necessarily going to try to completely flip the building and flip the script. What we're going to do is alter some of the things that we know were working and some of the things that we know weren't working, especially when you're doing this thing on the fly. He's still only 11 games in. So there's not really a lot of time to implement a whole new program. If he ends up being named the head coach and they take off the interim tag at the end of the season going into next season, we might continue to see, I wouldn't say might, we will continue to see this thing evolve. But as of right now, there's not really, number one, they're winning. And number two, there's not really enough time and he hasn't had time to figure out what exactly it is he wants his structure and culture to look like. So that is helping them in this regard. If he does get named the head coach, we'll see what happens going into next season. We can deal with that when we get there. But I think right now he is right in the middle of understanding what wasn't working, not going too far away with what everybody is comfortable with, and finding that happy medium. And I think that is the area of coaching in itself that Doug Christie has really hit the nail on the head on, and why the Kings have been successful so far. On the other side, speaking of Coach Christie's success, last night I did some deep digging on Doug Christie, the Coach of the Year conversations, and whether or not he could win this thing when the season ends. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Kings and Warriors game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my all-electric SUV for a little more than a year, and I continue to love it day after day. In fact, me and my daughter, we were just on vacation not too long ago, and we rented a car while we were on the trip, and my daughter said, Dad, I like your car better. I turned to her and said, honey, you know what? I like it better as well. And I couldn't wait to get back home to my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they are more than just a dealership. They're a partner you can trust throughout the entire ownership of your luxury vehicle. Whether it's a refined C-Class or versatile SUV lineup, your perfect Mercedes-Benz is there waiting for you. Plus, right now, you can enjoy 3.24% APR for up to 72 months on certified pre-owned models on approved credit. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is your trusted partner in luxury and reliability, and they've been doing it for more than 30 years. So head on down right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. Then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hey, it's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and the regular season is over, but the high hand bonuses, those are not. $500 per primetime football game, whether it's weekend, Monday night, whatever it may be. And those bonuses available until the season ends, including the big game on February 9th. Capital Casino, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver. Complete with 360-degree viewings, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to put Kyle on. I don't know if he's ever heard of Bubba Sparks before. But I keep on, trying to, I got to game him up a little bit. Kyle, you ever heard of Bubba Sparks before?
I mean, I've heard of Bubba Sparks, but I do not partake in their music.
This is their music. It's one person.
I know. I'm just, whatever. His
Kyle,
music, whatever.
Kyle thinks it's a group. Bubba Sparks. Hey, I'm putting you on, Kyle. And if you had a 12 in your trunk, I don't know when this came out, but it was hidden.
You're going to have to specify what that means.
No, I'm not doing this again.
12 in your trunk could mean a couple different things.
Well, it actually could mean a lot of different things. A little bit of Bubba Sparks here. Get your music requests into Kyle, DJ Ledbetter, and he will take care of you. As we take care of you, 11 o'clock hour, 1 hour down, 3 to go. Dieter Kurtenbach, my guy, joins us at 1 o'clock to talk Warriors Kings. And I was doing a deep dive here, and it was a bit confusing just based on how some of this stuff breaks down and some of the rules with the interim head coaches, things like that. So Doug Christie now, as Kyle laid out last week, Doug Christie he was number one as far as winning percentage in the history of the NBA. Still is.
They've only won ever since then. He's only strengthening his lead on the best winning percentage in NBA history of any coach.
Minimum one game. So Doug Christie now sits at 9-2. All right. And the Kings have an opportunity. They could make some moves as far as the roster is concerned, like I talked about. I mean, let's say they get to the second round for the first time, since the early 2000s. Let's say they get further than that. And it got me thinking, what are the rules here for Coach of the Year? So I used the Luke Walton Warriors situation, and that was a confusing one because that was 2015, 2016. They had the best record in the history of the NBA. And if you recall, Steve Kerr was out for the beginning of that season. Luke Walton, that's how he got his next head coaching job.
With the Lakers.
But Luke Walton, those wins didn't count because Steve Kerr was not let go. He was just injured. You have a different situation now with Doug Christie because Mike Brown was let go. So these wins do count for Doug Christie. And I was doing some homework on Luke Walton. Luke Walton did receive votes for Coach of the Year. He did. He received, I think, a couple second place and third place votes for Coach of the Year. So that got me thinking, what's up, Kyle? You got that
I forgot how crazy that was, where Steve Kerr had back surgery and Luke Walton as the coach set the NBA record for winning streak to start a season. He was like 37-4 as the Warriors head coach. I forgot how ridiculous that was. 39-4.
Yeah. By the way, just to pay off that tease, talking about the Warriors, GP2, Gary Payton II, was added to the Golden State Warriors injury report. He's questionable with illness. So right now, the Warriors will be without Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Kyle Anderson, Brandon Pajemski, okay? And now GP2 is questionable with illness. There's been something going around the NBA for a little bit now. So they're down and out. But getting back to the glory days with the Golden State Warriors. So you had Luke Walton. He received some votes. And they allowed him, they quote unquote allowed him to sit with Steve Kerr during that presentation when Steve Kerr won Coach of the Year. So that got me thinking, I mean, obviously you have what the Thunder are doing, what the Cavs are doing, Kenny Atkinson. So I just fired up what the odds are right now for Coach of the Year, because there could be an argument made. I mean, I know nobody expected this from the Cavs, but they're in the East. I mean, if you were to do that math here, and I have the odds for you right here, an argument could be, if the Kings get to the second round, you could make the argument that's more impressive than even if the Cavs won the whole thing. I think there's a question to be made. So here are the odds right here for you. Kenny Atkinson is at -400. Okay, so Kenny Atkinson, he's leading the clubhouse. Jamal Mosley is second at +1,200, tied with Ime Udoka at +1,200. Taylor Jenkins of the Grizzlies is +2,000. Tyronn Lue, Clippers, he's right there, number 5, just like where the Clippers are, I believe. Or he's tied for. He's in there at number 5.
You know, the Clippers always 5th.
That's right. So Tyronn Lue +2,500. Mark Daigneault, the Oklahoma City Thunder, +3,500. JB Bickerstaff, the Detroit Pistons. I think that's a good shout, to be honest, at plus 4,000. And Doug Christie in the 7th spot. Sacramento Kings plus 5,000. Joe Mazzulla at plus 10,000. Just really tough with that roster. Quinn Snyder with the Hawks at plus 10,000. So Doug Christie, because of that tie between Jamal Mosley and Ime Udoka, Doug Christie, 7th best odds to win Coach of the Year. That's kind of crazy.
I guess. I think that once you get to that list, you're just kind of grasping at straws for names of teams that are playing well.
Excuse me?
I mean, look.
Excuse me?
Once you get to 7th, 8th, 9th on the Coach of the Year list, it's like,
all right.
There's...
No, I don't know.
There's 6 coaches that are going to get fired. There's 6 coaches that teams are playing bad. But
you're saying you're not impressed by this? Is that what you're saying?
I mean...
That's what it sounds like.
He has the highest winning percentage in NBA history. If he were really in the running, he would be 2nd, 3rd. He'd be over Ime Udoka.
916 says, dude, I hope to bleep he doesn't win Coach of the Year because it's a death sentence.
It's a death sentence in the NBA.
Yeah. Well, look, Mike Brown, let us not forget, first unanimous in the history of the NBA, the first unanimous Coach of the Year in the history of the NBA, fired a year and a half later. I don't want to, but I'm telling you right now, look, that's not always the case, okay? And I'm sure there's some numbers on it. That's not always the case. But
in recent years, it kind of is.
Well, who else do we have?
All right, let's go through the relative list. So let's go back to 2013. George Karl. Coach of the Year with the Denver Nuggets, fired 1 year later.
All right.
Then you have Greg Popovich, who obviously still there. 2015, Mike Budenholzer with the Hawks. Remember that team where they won like 62 games and 5 All-Stars?
That's right.
Fired 2 years later. Steve Kerr still with the Warriors. Mike D'Antoni, Houston Rockets, Coach of the Year. They traded for Chris Paul. Fired 3 years later.
Three is fun. That's just the NBA.
Sure. Dwayne Casey, Toronto Raptors. Fired before he ever claimed the award. I remember back then they did the NBA awards show that was really bad, and they made Dwayne Casey show up to claim his award while he was coaching the Pistons.
That. Yeah,
that was funny. Mike Budenholzer won it again with the Milwaukee Bucks. Fired 3 years later. Nick Nurse, Toronto Raptors, won Coach of the Year. Fired 2 years later. Tom Thibodeau with the Knicks, he's still there. Monty Williams won it with the Suns, fired a year and a half later. Mike Brown, Sacramento Kings, fired a year and a half later. And then
it's just coincidence. It's just coincidences. It's just coincidence.
Remember when Mike got fired and everyone was putting up the graphics of Coaches of the Year?
Well, look, this clearly isn't anything to worry about because according to you, this is just a participation trophy.
I'm just saying, once you get to 6th and 7th, I'm like,
But Kyle, I'm saying 11 games. He's 11 games in. He's 7th on the list. If give me this. If the Sacramento Kings, let's say they get to the Western Conference Finals, right? And maybe this isn't a fair comparison, but if the Sacramento Kings get to the Western Conference Finals under Doug Christie, and let's say the Cleveland Cavaliers end up winning the whole thing, you're trying to tell me it would be really close, but what's more impressive?
I think it's going to be the Cavs because we all agreed the Kings roster was incredibly talented at the start of the season.
No.
Yes.
No, they had the Kings finishing 6th at best nationally, not in Sacramento, nationally, 6th at best.
Okay, but to get to the Western Conference Finals, the Kings are going to have to do it as a 5 or a 6 seed, which is when they vote on the awards, right? It's a regular season award. So if the Kings are in the 6th seed, even if they go to the conference finals, they're not going to give it to Doug Christie. Kenny has it on lock. As long as they just don't completely fall apart, Kenny Atkinson has that award on lock because this team should not be in the conversation for a championship based on paper. And as soon as
the Cavs?
The Cavs at the start of the season should not have been in that conversation on paper.
You could make the argument the Cavs were underachieving though.
They felt that in spite of making it, I mean, they made it to the second round last year, but really they went 7 games with the Magic. Yeah. That was a truly terrible series, and they should have probably lost to the Magic. For that team with basically the exact same roster to come back this year and be a 65-win team is remarkable. And we talked about the MVP odds the other day. Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Darius Garland are all playing at a better, more valuable players than Donovan Mitchell. It's crazy how much they've improved.
They were underachieving, though. There is a level of that.
Sure, but so were the Sacramento Kings.
That's also true. And like I said, you don't want to win it. According to what you just laid out, everyone gets canned after.
I don't want to sound like a hater either. All I'm saying is that as soon as you said Ty Lue, that's when I was like, okay, now we're grasping at straws here.
No, what do you mean grasping at straws? There's no straws. There's no grasping. There's no straws.
There's only like 5 coaches that should realistically have a shot at Coach of the Year. It's really more like 3, but it's 5.
But he's 11 games in, Kyle.
By the way, you know who else I didn't hear you mention?
Who?
Dagnall for the Thunder.
Yeah, I said his name.
Where was he?
He was either, I think he was 6th. So it goes Kenny Atkinson, Jamal Mosley, and Ime have the same odds, right? Taylor Jenkins, that makes Taylor Jenkins 3rd if you want. Tyronn Lue 5th, and Mark Dagnall 6th.
Okay, so Dagnall and Christie basically have the same odds.
Dagnall's Dagnall's at plus 3,500. Christie's at plus 5,000. JB Bickerstaff's at plus 4,000.
Okay.
So yeah, not far off. I mean, Kenny Atkinson's at minus 400. I'm sitting here, Kyle. I'm trying to give Doug Christie kudos, and you're just poo-pooing all of this. You're poo-pooing all of this.
Yeah, I mean, come on. 8th best odds for Coach of the Year. I mean, come on.
And it was 7th. Don't be disrespectful. All right. On the other side, we are not going to be disrespectful to one Keon Ellis. Let's talk about how amazing Keon has been and some of the deeper stats that really illustrate just how ridiculous this dude is. Let's open up the phone lines. Let's get the hype train rolling a little bit. How you feeling? Got the Wounded Warriors coming to town. If you got a Warriors friend that's a fan out there, go ahead and text them and say, man, I hope you enjoyed those parades because that was a long, long time ago. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Your Coach of the Year for the 2025 season, Coach Doug Christie. Kyle shakes his head, says it's over. It's over now. Give me a break, Kyle.
We're going to have to go 9-1 for the rest of the season to get Doug Christie in that conversation.
Let me ask you this, though. I know Doug Christie's different because of his past and his history here, but even though it ended not great for Mike Brown, nobody would trade that season, right? Let's say, would you, knowing the past and knowing the pattern on how these things tend to happen, like you just laid out, with the coaches. Let's say average of 2 years, you get canned after Coach of the Year. That's just the reality of the NBA in general. But I think there's expectations and questions like that. If you are a Kings fan, would you, let's say, get to the Western Conference Finals knowing that this might not last after 2 years as far as Doug and things like that? Would you trade in getting to the Western Conference Finals with the and Doug winning Coach of the Year, knowing that this thing could go south fast? I think you would. I think you would do that deal.
I mean, in my mind, I would trade a lot of things for having that Beam Team season. So I guess we kind of went through that exact scenario,
there you go.
Right?
So it's worth it. It's worth it.
Well, I don't know if it'd be worth it a second time. The Beam Team season was special because, one, there were no expectations, and two, you had the 17-year-long playoff drought, the longest in NBA history, that got broken by that magical season. So in that sense, I would trade a lot to have that Beam Team season back, but I don't know if I would do it again with Doug Christie.
916 says the Kings were projected at 46.5 wins preseason in Vegas. The West is log jammed. And again, let's say they get to 46, or let's say they cover, it doesn't tell the whole story, right? We just talked about the Warriors and how the Warriors and Kings basically have the same record, but they're completely different. These two situations, completely different. Look, I'm not saying he's going to win it. I'm saying when I saw his name, it gave a song in my heart and a smile in my eyes. All right, let's get to Keon Ellis, who's making everybody smile right now the way he's been playing. Keon Ellis in the 10 games under Doug Christie, and now we're at 11 games under Doug Christie. 11.3 points, 3.2 rebounds, 48% from the field, 48% from three-point range, 20 steals in the last 10 games, 10th in the NBA. Only Lonzo is playing is 8th, and he's playing fewer minutes than Keon. And as far as deflections since January 1st, minimum 3 games played, Dyson Daniels is at 5.9. He leads the league. That dude is just a menace. And he's got, I don't know if you saw, Kyle, he's got this very low-key celebration. I think he actually did it on that borderline foul against De'Aaron, where he subtly puts his hands behind his back to say, I put you in handcuffs. I think that's a cold celebration. You got to be a cold defender to have a defensive celebration. Yeah. And that must mean you might be a brick on offense. But if you have a celebration to defend, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that.
I loved that so much. And I know it came against the Kings, but I was like, that's the game, man. You get locked up at the end of the game, they let them celebrate on you.
Have you ever seen a defensive celebration in basketball? I'm sure a couple of them took the strap from football.
I mean, Dikembe Mutombo.
That's true.
No.
There you go. That's the one. That's the most obvious one. There you go, Kyle. Keon Ellis, number 2 at 5.1 deflections per game. Fred VanVleet, number 3 at 5 deflections per game. And randomly Kelly Oubre at 4.5 deflections per game. And the way Keon's been doing this, we've gone from this being a cute story to Keon being one of the most important players on the Kings. And it's happened right in front of us. And this is what everybody loves. And this is what everybody has been waiting for. When it comes to the draft, when it comes to the first apron, second apron, fifth apron, all of these stipulations in the CBA, you have to hit in the draft. And that includes guys that you may not draft and guys that you end up signing. You got to hit on some of them. Let's another name that I just said, Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet was a G League guy. We all know his story, okay? And the Raptors hit with him. They won a championship. Fred VanVleet, one of the great stories.
He's one of 5 players in NBA history to make an all-star team after being undrafted.
So that it doesn't typically happen. What we're seeing with Keon Ellis. And I think that as much as we, very similar to Domantas Sabonis, as much as we are enjoying it and feel like we're appreciating it, there's another level. I'm not saying Keon is the next Fred VanVleet, but this stuff does not happen a lot. And we had on, B-Ball Index yesterday, and the national media is just in love with Keon Ellis. I think we need to take a second to realize this doesn't happen a lot. You can get guys in the second round, right? Shout out Jalen Wells. Okay, he's top of the rookie ladder right now. you can get guys in the second round, and that's impressive. Draymond Green, guys like that. But to go undrafted, to be a JUCO transfer, all right, and going from being a cute story to no, this dude is legit. This dude, Keon, might have a defensive celebration in a couple months here. He keeps on doing what he's doing. And the crazy part is, as much as we're talking about his defense, offensively is where I'm seeing the most growth. He is no longer just catch and shoot. Okay, I saw Sack Film Room talking about this, and we're all seeing it as we watch the games. This dude is starting to boogie a little bit. He's starting to shoot off the dribble. He's starting to that one shot that they made. I think it was still in the Mike Brown era when they were about to get booed. They were down by 15 in the first quarter. He makes that corner three. This dude can shoot the basketball. He is a problem, and he's going to be a problem in this league for a very, very long time.
Well, sure, he went 6 for 8 in the last game. We all remember the Hawks game. He hit 9 3-pointers. The shooting comes in spurts, but on a team where Kevin Huerter's struggling to shoot, I think they're ranked 25th in three-point shooting in the league still right now. I mean, any three-point shooting is a welcome sight. And so having that in the bag while also being an elite defensive player, yeah, it makes him part of the rotation. And in a world where Malik Monk hadn't been inserted in the starting lineup, you'd probably see Keon starting. And it's not like that's a new thing. He started the Warriors play-in game last year.
And he balled.
Yeah, he balled out. I mean, that everyone balled out in that game, but especially Keon balling out. Yeah, it is for all of the talk about Monty McNair giving away second-round picks or giving away draft picks for, moving contracts or to get DeMar DeRozan and all that stuff, like having an undrafted player come through your G League and develop, that's the Warriors, or that's the Heat culture thing. That's the Spurs culture thing of like, we can replace players who then hit free agency and leave through our developmental system. And that's a huge testament to all the Stockton Kings guys and everything that's led up to Keon now being, as you like to call it, found money.
And we're going to get into the found money segment on the other side. And you know what? This isn't meant to be a slight. It's meant to just illustrate how random things are. And I'm not going to call Keon Ellis the Brock Purdy of the Sacramento Kings, but I do think there's some parallels there because it's crazy that I don't think it's even a question that Keon Ellis maybe already, and if not already, will be better than Davion Mitchell. And Davion Mitchell was a top 10 pick.
Yeah, Davion's been playing great over in Toronto. I shouldn't say great. He's been playing better over in Toronto, especially on the defensive end of the floor. But I don't think the two equate exactly to each other.
No, neither do I. But I do think it's an interesting. That's what happens, right? The Niners missed on Trey Lance, but they hit on Brock Purdy. Doesn't mean that you don't get those picks back, right? And you don't get that the number 9 pick back with Davion Mitchell, but the goal is to hit at some point, and the Kings, it seems, at 25 years old, a fresh 25, by the way, happy belated birthday to Keon, that they have hit with Keon Ellis.
They certainly don't miss Davion Mitchell, right?
No.
At the very least, they don't miss Davion Mitchell, and Keon, yeah, he's going to be a free agent at the end of this, but I don't see any at the end of 2 years. So next year he'll become a free agent, but he's a testament to their player development program and has been a huge part of them being able to have DeMar DeRozan on the team and still have people that are contributing at lower salary numbers and building out the rest of that rotation, which I think we all kind of knew. It's just we were in that weird doghouse situation with Mike Brown for a few games.
So bizarre. And speaking of found money, I mean, Keon getting bagged out. He's getting bagged out.
Someone's going to.
Somebody. And it better be the Kings. 530, great shout here. A celebration I had never seen, but was so simple, was when Keon was fanning himself when he was on fire. Yeah, he's saying, I'm hot, and he was fanning himself. I think that's another thing. You talk about the marketability of some of these guys. Keon is very marketable. He streams, okay? He's one of these Gen Zers. He's 25 years old. He streams. He's got a great personality. I mean, just you can cross off, you can check all of the boxes with Keon as far as what ownership likes to see, what the front office likes to see, so it's great stuff.
He's got all the tools in his bag to be.
I'm a pizza guy.
He could be.
He could be a pizza guy. I'm just saying. I think
we just got a new pizza guy.
But I'm just saying, He's got all the tools of the trade to be a pizza guy.
I'm a pizza guy.
Talking about that found money, let's see who else would be in that found money award if we ever get there. Not just Keon, but some other guys throughout the league. Also, the head coach carousel in the NFL starts to get filled up. We'll tell you who the Jets have locked in on and locked down for next season. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
I really just be chilling for real.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200 to $300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. DayQuil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
DayQuil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, DayQuil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new DayQuil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
My good friends over at Jiffy Lube have an amazing New Year oil change special going on right now for the month of January. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for a full synthetic motor oil change with a $33 off online coupon from jiffylube.com today. Offer valid for up to 5 quarts of premium motor oil, specialty vehicles, and diesel extra. Happy New Year from Jiffy Lube.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CRV, HRV, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Take a seat in the lap of luxury. Earn entries daily with a qualifying hand on your favorite table games. Then join us every Thursday for a chance at luxury watches, bags, and more. It all leads to our grand finale drawing on February 28th with your chance to drive off in a brand new Porsche Macan. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Dieter Kurtenbach, columnist for the Bay Area Sports HQ, joins us at 1 o'clock, talking Kings, Warriors. Let's see if Dieter thinks it's a rivalry. I truly don't know. Me and Dieter, I was saying earlier on the show, me and Dieter go way, way back, and he is somebody who's helped me a lot throughout my career. So I'm really excited to have Dieter on the show, but I don't know if he will consider it a rivalry. And you know, he can be kind of a smart, you know what. So we'll see what he has to say. That's coming up at 1. We are opening up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. How you feeling about the Sacramento Kings? Okay, don't worry. We will get to the Cam Johnson sweepstake odds, much to my chagrin. What's all happening there? We were talking Keon Ellis, and we continue to talk Keon Ellis. 916 is from Eli McFly. He says, Keon is gaining his NBA confidence, and everything is starting to come naturally on the court for Keon Stiles. How about Silent Assassin for Keon's nickname from Eli McFly? I just don't really actually know how silent Keon is. I think he has a pretty outgoing personality. The more you talk to him, the more, and we've had him on the show on the super secret surprise segment. We had Keegan Murray yesterday. If you missed that, go check that out on YouTube, the Sacktown Sports app, wherever you get your podcast. But yeah, I don't know if Silent Assassin actually fits.
I really just be chilling for real.
I mean, he's a chill guy, but
I really just be chilling for real.
If there's a Silent Assassin off, that's got to go to Keegan Murray, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's just Keegan Murray's going to win a silent off, or Keegan Murray is going to. That's like trying to have a cooking contest against Gordon Ramsay. It's like, right. You don't got much of a chance there.
Right. And between, you know, as far as the outgoing personalities on the Kings, it's Malik Monk and everybody else. That's really, as far as what I think outgoing, you know, when I think somebody that, I would say, I don't know if enjoys is the right term, but
extroverted.
Yeah. As far as the how many extroverts are on the Kings, would you say?
I guess him. What
about DeMar? No,
I'm not going to say DeMar.
What about De'Aaron?
No, not going to say De'Aaron.
Sabonis?
Nope, not going to say Sabonis.
So the Kings have one extrovert.
No, I mean, there's got to be more, right? We're just not thinking of them right now.
Right.
Who else?
I don't know if there are, though.
Jay Crowder?
Sure.
Jay Crowder seems like an outgoing, extroverted kind of guy. I don't know. I don't know enough about Devin Carter other than
God blessing me with his body.
Well, that's right.
I don't know enough about Devin Carter to know his personality type yet. But yeah, I guess it would be pretty much Malik at this point.
Yeah. So as far as the Silent Assassin Award, Keon might not win that, but we do believe that he would win a Found Money Award. So the way we're looking at this Found Money Award thing is, think emerging artist or best new artist because best new artist, that feels like rookie, right? Or best breakout artist. That is what we're thinking as far as the Billboard Awards or the Grammys. Somebody, because and we can have the conversation why Keon, and I'll look up the odds, but Keon is not in the conversation for most improved player. Okay, he's in this weird spot where he's not going to be in the conversation for most improved player, but he belongs somewhere.
So I was going to ask this question: what is the difference between most improved player and the Found Money Award? Because I feel like what the NBA does now with most improved player is like a lottery pick that was supposed to be good, but takes that next step. Like it was Ja Morant in the past which was ridiculous that they gave it to Ja Morant. It was Tyrese Maxey last year, which I think was ridiculous because he was just putting up numbers as the number one option because Joel Embiid was hurt. So is the most improved player award for first round picks and is found money going to be for second round and undrafted guys?
So I'm looking here at some of the odds, and this is from 5 days ago. All right. And I have another one here. Cade Cunningham is leading the charge.
See, that's ridiculous. He's a former number one pick.
I agree. Cade Cunningham, best odds. Then Tyler Hero, then Jalen Johnson, then Evan Mobley, then Norman Powell, then Victor Wembanyama, then Dyson Daniels, Jalen Williams, Austin Reeves, RJ Barrett, Jalen Suggs, DeAndre Hunter, Peyton Pritchard. So that's as of January 9th.
See, and if I'm doing the math in my head, I think 6 of those 10 that you mentioned were former top 5 picks in the draft.
So there's nowhere for Keon doesn't necessarily need to be in that conversation, but he deserves to be somewhere. So we have created, if you're thinking emerging artist or breakout artist, and I do think the ESPYs have a breakout athlete, right?
Yeah.
But that wouldn't be, Keon wouldn't fit there.
That would be like Caitlin Clark.
Right. But I'm saying specifically to the NBA, the only thing we could come up with is a found money award where it's somebody that the organization kind of took a chance on. There is a clip going around Kings Twitter of a comment. There was a comment when the Kings initially signed Keon Ellis, and the first comment was a Kings fan saying, "What's the point? He'll never see the court." So everybody is circulating that around now because now Keon is Keon. So Keon should easily win this found money award, but you have some other names, Kyle, that would be on this list.
Okay, so now that we've kind of established some criteria, and I also feel like Jalen Wells shouldn't count for this list because even though he's a second-round pick, he just came into the league and started balling. Like, it's not a situation where it's like you were undervalued in the draft.
Sure.
It's like you were undrafted, went through the G League, and look at what it's become now. That's kind of my thought.
That's fine. I think it could be Jalen Wells, but I hear where you're coming from. But who are some of the other names that you have?
All right, so I just compiled a few that I put together. So we've got Dean Wade from the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I like it.
Who, undrafted guy, played in the G League. He's part of their rotation now, like not starting, kind of like Keon, but is a regular contributor for the number one team in the East. You've got Isaiah Joe for the Thunder.
I like that. Every time I look up Isaiah Joe, every time I look up in a national game, Isaiah Joe's hitting a 3.
Yeah, undrafted guy. The Sixers just cut him. They were just like, goodbye with you. We don't want you anymore.
Yeah.
AJ Green for the Bucks also threw out there because the Bucks have a lot of these like out of necessity found money guys.
They need, yeah.
Like Rollins, who the Warriors said no thank you. Yeah. So AJ Green for the Bucks, who hit like 7 threes against the Kings, it felt like when they played the other day. I threw Dyson Daniels in there, but I feel like Dyson Daniels is a former lottery pick, so he shouldn't be found money.
He's not.
He just switched teams.
And he also has odds for most improved player, so I'm not doing Dyson Daniels.
So then I went Garrison Matthews for the Hawks.
Okay.
Again, former undrafted guy coming off the bench. He's shooting like 40% from the three-point line this year. Those are the ones I went with. I also want to say, just retroactively, the most found money of found money awards. Like for the last 2 years, that award goes to Jose Alvarado.
Yeah.
Alvarado for the Pelicans is the definition of found money. Like Keon might be the person this year. Textbook definition of found money is Jose Alvarado.
Well, I was going to say the name of the award, it's probably the Fred VanVleet Award, no?
I mean, sure, if you want to like do it retroactively.
Yeah.
I mean, some people, I know we have some older listeners on the show. Some people would say this should be the John Starks Award.
Yeah.
You know, it's to each their own kind of in naming it, but it's kind of like Jose Alvarado is kind of the perfect person I'm thinking of for the Found Money Award. But what's the difference between like Jose Alvarado and Dyson Daniels other than draft position?
I mean, that's a big deal, though.
Yeah, for sure. So the difference between
because you didn't even want to put. You're saying that this person has to be put through the ringer. You didn't even want to put Jalen Wells in the conversation. He went second round.
Well, that's the thing that's tough is that he's just come into the league and been immediately good. So I just look at that as like he was just undervalued in the draft. Like he fell for whatever reason and probably should have been a first round pick.
Well, right. So you have
the same thing with all those Nuggets guys. We talked about Braun, Strother, Peyton Watson. They're all first round picks. So they're not really found
money. No, you can't be a found money in first round pick. Not unless you get cut from someone. Like if Marvin Bagley started popping next year, I think I would put him
I don't know. In the Sam Darnold world of 2025, I'm not sure I'm willing to write off anybody that is playing bad for an extended period of time. Even James Wiseman.
I was literally going to say, if James Wiseman makes a return, that's found money.
No, because he's a forward number 2 pick in the draft.
That was literally a long time ago. You were like 4 when he was drafted.
Yeah, but he's made like $38 million in the league already. He's got his money. He doesn't.
Trey Lance. If Trey Lance gets the team number 3, if he goes to the Las Vegas Raiders and he pops, that is found money.
Okay, let's do this example.
You have to have your soul broken if you are a first round pick to then be found money.
Let's do this scenario. If Trey Lance were to sign with the Colts and create the most chaotic quarterback room of all time.
2 dudes that just can't throw.
Yeah, and then Anthony Richardson gets hurt like he always does, and Trey Lance comes in and leads the Colts to the playoffs.
That's found money for sure.
I would call that found money.
That is found money for sure.
But in the NBA, it's different, right? Because none of these players, AJ Green's a starter, but none of these players are starters. They're just major contributors to very good teams.
Well, we know that the award would go to Keon this season for sure. By the way, that Jets news, a new coach in New York, the Jets are hiring former Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn as their new head coach. The former Jets 1994 first-round pick who became a personal scout for the team now is becoming their head coach. Good luck to you, Coach Glenn, because the Jets, oh man, it is messy out there. On the other side, all right, it's time. We're talking Cam Johnson. We're talking the Kings, and the Kings have a concept of a plan. We'll tell you what it is on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TOUCHDOWN for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TOUCHDOWN for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TOUCHDOWN.
Winter can be tough on your garage doors. So are you sure yours is ready to handle the cold? Well, don't wait for your garage door to break down on a chilly morning. This February, Overhead Door Company of Sacramento is offering their Sweetheart Special, $150 off a garage door with the purchase of a new garage door opener. So don't let winter slow you down. Visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com for your free estimate. And another reason to love the great folks at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento is how consistent they've been with giving back to the community. They have served our region for 70 plus years as a family owned and operated company, and they give back as you can join them this Saturday in Elk Grove for Project Ride's 25th annual crab feed, blessing the lives of those with special needs and disabilities. You can reach them at 916-421-3747, 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original Overhead Door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver, complete with 360-degree viewings, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have some updates here. It's so funny once the teams start winning. I mean, when we were struggling, I do the same thing. When the Kings were struggling, they're struggling bad. There were so many conversations about who should get moved, who should no longer be with the team, who you want to bring in. And now that the Kings are winning, it's tough. You know, I was talking to Scott Marsh downstairs before the show, who does a lot for the station, but does game night. You will hear from him. It should hear from him today as well, as you get ready for Kings Warriors on the home of the Sacramento Kings. And it's really tough to call it with this deal. The Kings going back and forth as far as the protections with the Brooklyn Nets and what they want to give up, what they're willing to give up. These odds keep moving around, and this is of a couple days ago. The Cleveland Cavaliers are the new betting favorite to acquire Cam Johnson at plus 215. Again, they might have already moved again, but you know, you had the Kings dropping a plus 550 right now. That conversation about the draft picks and the protections, that was after the odds, because that just came out yesterday. So I can't even keep up. But I find myself wondering, you know, especially if we're talking about a bench piece, the way the Kings are playing right now, they are in a really tough spot. because if the Suns are willing to trade 3 first-rounders for 1 first-rounder unprotected, as Kyle laid out in the first hour, go check that out on YouTube or the Sacktown Sports app if you missed it. That shows you how important these protections are. You might not, you're sitting there scrolling through social media and you see what's the big deal, remove the protections. It's a big deal. And we're seeing that with the Kevin Huerter situation as well. And that pick from Atlanta. So I'm starting to think here, you're doing all this, the Kings are, for what I think would be a bench player. Now, a very important bench player, right? But now there's all this back and forth, and Cam Johnson, who is currently starting on the Brooklyn Nets. So you're going to do all this. You're going to remove the protections, and then Cam Johnson's going to come on. You're going to move on from Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter and God knows what else to bring in Cam Johnson to come off your bench.
By the way, Cam Johnson also has an ankle injury now.
And Cam Johnson's been going back and forth. He came in one game after the ankle sprain, then he left the game.
He's doubtful tonight.
He's been in and out of the lineup. I'm ready to move on, man.
I understand, especially when there's all sorts of John Collins and Kyle Kuzmas and beautiful options all over the place. It doesn't have to be Cam Johnson, especially if it's becoming a multiple first round picks kind of deal that needs to be made. And I don't know if the protection says top 4, so if they get a lot, it only saves them from a lottery situation. Right. Maybe that gets it over. But again, you're bidding against teams specifically in Oklahoma City that have draft picks until Kingdom comes. So if they want to make that trade, Oklahoma City can pay more than the Kings are paying.
So, and this came out as well, just as it pertains to the Kings and their concepts of a plan. So basically, Cam Johnson is plan A and John Collins is plan B. By the way, I just got to say, Kings, I don't know if you're aware, but Kings Twitter, they've been going at my guy, Evan Sidery, and I'm in a very tough spot because, you had Deuce from obviously Deuce and Mo podcast, and he's on NBC Sports. They're doing a great job. So shout out to them. And we've had some great conversations just about the landscape of media and in general. So shout out to them. But Deuce is throwing shots at Evan Sidery on the post game. And you know that Kings Twitter is going to ride. And so Sidery, he then quote tweets and he's being professional. He quote tweets what Deuce said and said, thanks for the shout out, Deuce, being a little bit cynical, sarcastic. Kings Twitter comes in and they are letting Sidery have it. And I'm in a tough spot because Sidery's my guy. He comes on the show. I appreciate what he does. I'm not getting caught in any of this drama. Been a lot of drama lately with Kings. I think this is what happens when teams start winning. You got guys calling out other media members saying, oh, you had this take, and why aren't you walking it back, apologizing? People say, I ain't got to apologize. Then you got Kings Twitter. Kings Twitter is kind of doing a lot right now. Can I just say that? And I'm not hating at all. Twitter I'm just saying, the Kings, they're hot right now. And I guess when the facts change, opinions change, and they gonna ride it. But can we do something first? Can we win something first? No? Am I tripping?
Twitter in general is doing a lot right now. So I don't know if this is a Kings anomaly situation, but I'm just going to sit this one out. I am going to sit this out.
I will say this, you got to start, you got to grind, you got to start from somewhere. I'm not going to say whether or not, I don't know, right? These people that I speak with, I have conversations with, I take them at their word. I don't think people are out here just making stuff up. I do believe in journalistic integrity. Okay. And I wouldn't accuse anybody of just making stuff up willy-nilly. And if I did think that, I wouldn't have these type of people on our airwaves because that would be irresponsible. But King's Twitter is talking that ish right now. And I'm saying out of it. I had enough drama. 2024, I had the Beam situation. I was new to the city.
Oh, you mean because you hate the Beam?
No, I never said that. I was new to the city. Okay, I had a lot. I am trying to stay drama-free in 2025. I don't want to get into it, but you take a team and you take a market like Sacramento, you're not hearing much. So if I do hear somebody that is established, that covers the NBA for an established platform, and they're talking about the Kings when nobody else, we get mad when people don't talk about the Kings. Then when they talk about the Kings, you don't, if you don't like what they're saying or is this true, is this not? I'll put it to you like this. What Evan Sidery and the things that he has said, right? Some of it can't be confirmed, and that's the truth of it. But why aren't we holding other people to these standards? You know, a lot of people say a lot of bleep, and they don't get checked on it. And a lot of people in Sacramento say a lot of bleep. I'm whispers and rumblings and mumblings and grumblings, and nothing ever happens. Look, I'm on Facebook. I'm on Facebook groups. I see it all. And oh my gosh, blah, blah, blah said this, and nothing comes of it. And nobody gets checked. So I don't know why the torches are coming out for Evan Sidery. I'm not saying he's perfect. Sometimes you get bad information. But there is a lot of decision making where it's, oh, this is my guy, so I trust them. Like I said, nobody's perfect. There's a lot going on, but you know, the idea that people can say, oh, I could get on the airwave right now and say, yeah, I'm hearing that Cam Johnson and the Kings, it's close. It's generic. I gave no detail. And you don't know where I heard it from because it's per source, and I don't want to ruin my source. Okay? And you would never know if it's true or not. I wouldn't do something like that because, again, journalistic integrity. But there is a little bit of picking and choosing here where there's a lot of whispers that I've heard just being out here in Sacramento. I said I wasn't going to get into drama. There's a lot of whispers that I've heard, and nothing has come of it, and y'all still trust these people. I'm just saying. All right. On the other side, let's kick off the 12 o'clock hour with Malik Monk talking about the simplicity of the Kings offense. Also, we've been so positive about the Kings, but they're not perfect. Let's talk about the improvement areas for your Sacramento Kings. Allen Stiles, Sac 10 Sports.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Intercept!
intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way, 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's going on, Chad, for the Start Something New sales event?
We're going all out with the most savings I've seen on new Ram heavy duties in a long time. Right now, you can save up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 2500 Rebel Crew Cabs.
$16,000 off MSRP on heavy duties? That doesn't happen often.
That's why we've been California's #1 Ram truck dealer year after year. Some call themselves the Super Ram Truck Center, but when you need a hard-to-find Ram heavy duty, Hoblet has it with over 400 new Ram trucks available.
See their full selection at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$16,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Rebel after $6,500 factory rebates and $9,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $3,000 Hoblet Select coupons while supplies last, $500 on the job upfit, must show business and upfit docs, and up to $2,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance for 2005 or newer and 160,000 mile or less vehicle. While supplies last, not everyone will qualify for all rebates. To this net savings, VINs 186-247-186-248. See dealer for details.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Two hours down, 2 to go. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. Fun conversation there about just some of the information that's out there. And you know what? I used to be the trade guy. I'm so tired of this. I know Frankie and Brendan will joke about the trade generator. I'm just so tired of this, man. The sourcing, the this, to that. Who knows what the stipulations are. Man, talk to me after the deadline. That's where I'm at.
The best part about all of this is for all the conjecture and all the talk and all of that, you still get blindsided by the Karl Anthony Towns for Julius Randle trades.
Right.
Like you'd never see it coming sometimes.
That's right. And somebody that was supposed to be locked in, they don't have this, they don't have that. When somebody is on the team, and then if you're a Giants fan, you got to pass a physical. Shout out Carlos Correa. So you know what? Talk to me when a deal happens. That's where I'm at.
So you burned yourself out in December with trade talk, and now we're in January, and you're over it.
I'm burned out, and now the pitchforks are out, and look, people decide who they're going to trust, who they're not going to trust. That's just human nature, and that's fine. I appreciate it. At this point, there's only a couple people that really are going to tell you what is official and not official, and that's Shams and Chris Haynes. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some smaller moves will get broken in between by the local guys.
The big move. For all this back and forth, right? The Kings get Cam Johnson. It's going to be Shams or Chris Haynes.
Yes,
that's it.
I would agree with that.
That's it. Now, if they get somebody else, honestly, John Collins, Shams, Chris Haynes. You'd have to go real fringe. You'd have to go real fringe for it to not be one of those guys.
Which is really remarkable, right? In this age where all the local reporters are boots on the ground, how interesting is it that Shams, it's really just Shams. I'll give Chris Haynes the love, but it's really just Shams.
Yeah.
Like, are breaking every story, no matter where, when, what.
Yep. And look, I'm not going to get into how that happens. That's above my pay grade. But that's really what it comes down to. All right. As we talk Kings and Malik Monk, we continue to hear this simplicity word, right? There's a new, with Doug Christie, there's a new bingo card. We had a bingo card with Mike Brown. Now we have a new bingo card with the Kings under Doug Christie. And simplicity, that word would definitely be on it. Let's hear from Malik Monk on the simplicity of the Kings offense with the big four. Here it is.
I'm not thinking as much. Everything is more simple. Not too many coverages. Not too many plays getting thrown at us. We got like 3 things we know we're going to go to on offense and defense. And I think that just make everything simple for everybody. You got me, you got Fox, you got Debo, you got Domas. You got to make a play. That's what we get paid to do, and that's what we're going to do. The defense adjust, that just means we need to adjust our game too, and I think that's what we've been doing, and we're going to continue to do it.
I gotta say, I know we're moving on, but I do want to sit down. I wish we could be a fly. That's what I want a show of. You know, I keep complaining about these shows of stories that we already know about, you know, the OJs and the Aaron Hernandez, things like that on Hulu. I want a show where I can see a film session, right? A practice or a full practice or a full film session with the Kings under Mike Brown and the Kings under Doug Christie. Because they are making it sound like the most complex thing ever with Mike Brown. And we would hear it sometimes with all the different options and oh, well, they can pass out of this and they have freedom. It's free flowing, but, you know, they got to get into their set, whatever it is. And there are a lot of we hear the same thing about, you know, Kyle Shanahan, a very complex offense. So I wish I could just be a fly on the wall to just see what it was with Mike Brown and what it was with Doug Christie, because it feels like it's just completely night and day.
Well, we talked about this when Mike Brown got fired and the 7-game win streak was going on, is that sometimes you don't realize some things that were maybe not bothering you, but were a bit of a drag until you're not doing it and until your habits start to change. Because I think what happened around week 2 of Doug Christie was we started to hear people talk more about the simplicity and get back to basics and the offense feeling better, more flow-based. I remember, I think it was Sabonis after a game was talking. Oh, it was when he had the Doug, the joke that we've been playing as a soundbite for however many weeks now.
Going into the third quarter.
It was when that happened. I remember them talking about what Doug is doing feels different, and that was about, I think, 13 days in, and I think that's enough time for habits to start to change. And as those habits start to change, you start to recognize, oh, maybe we were doing this wrong or in a way that didn't feel as good until we switched it up. And now that we're in week 4, it feels like those habits are becoming more concrete, as Doug talked about earlier with structure.
Yeah, and the idea of the freedom that the Kings now have, I think, is huge. You know, and with all that being said, we've had so many we've had very negative conversations about the Kings. We've had very positive conversations about the Kings. We want to have a more realistic conversation about the Kings right now as we talk about some of the improvement areas. The Kings are still, I looked this up last night, still 25th in opponent 3-point percentage. Now, they were, second to last earlier in the season, so they have improved. They are 22nd in 3-point percentage. They're 9th in field goal percentage, 2nd in free throws. So that's just a ridiculous turnaround to go from last in free throws to 2nd in the league and still to this day be 2nd in the league in free throw percentage. The Kings are 12th in rebounds despite Domas being number 1 in the league. And Keegan averaging 2 more a game. The Kings have committed the 10th most personal fouls in the NBA this year, which I don't really have a huge problem with. They want to be aggressive and kind of set the tone there. The Thunder and Grizzlies are the only playoff teams with more than them. So, the Thunder, they'll get after you defensively, and the Grizzlies, kind of the same there with their Depoy and Jaren Jackson Jr. The Kings sit at 7th in offensive rating, which is just phenomenal. They are 13th in defensive rating, which you would definitely take that, which drops them at number 8 in net rating.
I will point out right now that the Sacramento Kings have not been better than 15th in defensive rating since literally 2006. It is literally almost 20 years since the Sacramento Kings have been a top half defense. So I will definitely take that.
Yes, that's a great shout, Kyle. And, it's just a testament to the work that they've done. And, Doug Christie taking over and continuing to get them over the hump. But 8th in net rating, I mean, we know the net rating is a good barometer, but doesn't tell the whole story, as the Kings have been pretty close to top 10 all season long and now crack the top 10 as they are, still fighting to get out of the play-in. And DeMar DeRozan, he's had some thoughts on the play-in. He hates the play-in. They don't want to be in the play-in. And if they keep playing like this and finishing games, that's what defensive rating doesn't tell you. That's what offensive rating and net rating, they don't tell you. How do they finish games? The Kings were not finishing games, and now they are. And that's a huge part of this when you're supposed to have 2 of the best closers in the game in De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan. And that's what we're seeing. It's been a lot of, hey, tonight's your night. And a lot of times DeMar DeRozan, crazy enough, as a Hall of Famer, passes Allen Iverson on the all-time scoring list. DeMar DeRozan actually sneaking up on people. And I think that's a testament to De'Aaron Fox and how other teams and how the league looks at De'Aaron Fox. Amen Thompson, one of the great, they are watching the lead just dissipate, just disappear, and they are refusing to change up. And maybe that's more of an Ime Udoka thing, and they are refusing to change up their defensive look and just say, DeMar DeRozan will cool off. Well, he didn't. Okay, and now you lost. Now you lost the game. So the Kings just understanding the assignment, as the kids say, and sticking to their game plan, regardless of what other teams are throwing at them, and not panicking. That's the biggest thing. There are adjustments, but there's no panic with the Sacramento Kings as they find themselves in certain situations, and they decide to make certain decisions that are getting them to exactly where they want to be, not just in the standings, but closing out each and every game. So on the other side, we will talk about Domas and his 3-point shooting. And Kyle has some funny DeMar sound that he wants me to hear for the first time on air. And it will probably be your first time hearing it as well. We have all of that and more as we return. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings is Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
How do the Kings get involved in the Butler-Beal trade and get Bobby Portis from the Bucks? That's from the 916. I don't know, 916, but I would be interested in that. I don't know that the Bucks. I know something came up, a little bit ago, not too long ago, about Bobby Portis maybe being available, but yeah, I'm not sure. I would be interested in that. We've stopped talking about Bobby Portis just because didn't see a way for the Kings to get him. But if he is available, I do think that, the Kings should try for it. That thing seems so messy. Kyle, what are your options? Let's say your choices are Jimmy Butler gets traded, Jimmy Butler stays with the Heat throughout the duration of the season. And I guess that's connected to Bradley Beal. If they can't get Jimmy, I don't think they'll move Bradley Beal. So A or B, do you think Jimmy gets moved this season or not?
Yes, I think Jimmy gets moved because Miami wants to move him. He wants to be moved. He will get moved.
There you go.
It's just going to be complicated how we get there. But the fact that Phoenix just made that trade yesterday with Utah, people in the know say that is a potential precursor to a Jimmy Butler trade. In the last 24 hours, you've been hearing the whispers of Bradley Beal to the Bulls or Bradley Beal to the Bucks. Will he waive his no trade clause? There's 4 or 5 teams involved. It makes it sound like they are trying to work towards a trade. It's just too complicated to figure out right now.
I think there was a world where I thought I read there was a world where Zach LaVine might go to Milwaukee or something like that.
Yeah, I saw Sidery was reporting that like the Bulls are considering a full-scale teardown, that would mean, just blowing everything up.
But you keep Giddey, but Kobe White would go, I
probably
guess.
I assume you're trading LaVine, Vucevic.
That means more Matas Buzelis.
And Patrick Williams.
No, probably not. Real quick on the Suns, 6-4 in their last 10 games. They are also 21-21. So yeah, they're trying to do something, but they're running out of time here, right? I mean, exactly what the Sixers attempted to do last season because of Joel Embiid's injury. They're just going to try to get into the play-in and just say, we're the most talented team. We're going to make a run.
Oh, no, I just think the Sixers are screwed.
Well, I'm saying that's what the Suns are going to try.
Sorry. I thought you were talking about the Sixers.
Yeah,
the
Sixers
Suns
are cooked.
Yeah, Sixers are cooked. Sorry. You're saying the Suns are looking at it that way.
Yeah, what the Sixers thought they could do last season when Joel Embiid came back with however many games left.
I don't even know if they think that necessarily because their roster is just so cooked right now, but they are going to try and rebuild it on the fly. I don't know if that means it's going to work out this year, but they are going to try and do it because, as it was reported a couple weeks ago, that would make Kevin Durant sign an extension.
Mm-hmm.
And if the core going forward is Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, and we'll figure out and Nick Richards, and we'll figure out the rest later, then okay, I guess they can retool in the offseason.
That does not move me at all, by the way. That big three does not move
me. It makes them better than they were yesterday.
Sure.
But
they're not beating the Thunder. They're not doing it.
No, but that's the team that they're going all in for. I mean, it's kind of fun to think about it that way. I mean, it would be an interesting big three to put together.
Depends on your definition of fun. All right, Kyle, what is, speaking of fun, what's this DeMar DeRozan sound that you want to
All right, so this is a pregame, or before the game they do media availability, and a reporter asked DeMar DeRozan about getting to the 6th seed possibly tonight and the play-in tournament, and this is what DeMar DeRozan had to say about the play-in tournament.
Speaking from my experience, I feel like the last couple of years of playing in a playing game, I hate that shit. It's terrible. It's terrible. You don't want to be exerting so much mentally, physically, emotionally, just trying to get a playoff spot when everybody else is resting.
Wow. I love it. Because I hate it too. I hate
playing
it too.
Game, I hate that shit. It's terrible.
I hate it too, DeMar.
Playing game, I hate that shit. It's terrible.
I hate it too, man. And, it is I'm still torn on the whole thing because it gave us the Patrick Beverly meme and things like that. But is it a necessary evil? I was going to say it's a necessary evil. But
Playing game, I hate that.
I do too.
I think for the league, it's a necessary evil. I'm in the other camp. I love the play-in tournament, even though in the last few years, I've learned that it's kind of the same teams every year ending up there. You're always going to get the Hawks. You're always going to get the Bulls.
Right.
For a while, you were always going to get the Hornets.
They're trying to sneak back in.
I know. I don't think they're going to get there, but I've learned that it's become the same repeats of teams. And that's the thing that sucked for Sacramento when it seemed like they were for sure fighting for a play-in spot, if anything at all, is like, man, you don't want to be that team that's just always fighting for the play-in. It's always LeBron hosting the first play-in game.
Right.
And then the Bulls are going to play. So, like, you don't want to be that situation. I used to joke when they first did the play-in that the 9-10 game was the Greg Popovich Memorial 10-9 game because it was always the Spurs every year as the 10 seed.
Well, and as far as, the Eastern Conference 9-10 or the Eastern Conference plan is just awful. It's just awful.
I don't know. What I will cape up for is that, remember that Bulls run where DeRozan's daughter was yelling at the crowd? It delivered that moment, which was cool.
Yeah.
And the Heat went from the play-in to the NBA
fraudulent.
Finals.
The whole thing was fraudulent. It's just, and that's why we got to deal with this Jimmy Butler stuff. Go ahead, Suns. Go get Jimmy Butler. See what that gets you. It's not going to get you. It's not going to get you much. I'll tell you that much right now.
Playing game, I hate that.
No, I do. And DeMar knows, and I'm glad that he's speaking on this, so nobody gets it twisted that the Kings are going to be happy with the play-in game.
Playing game, I hate that.
That doesn't mean that they'll get out of it, but at least we can know that the Kings are with DeMar DeRozan, the veteran on this team, say we're going to, especially being 35, 36 years old. The last thing he wants is an extra 1 or 2 games.
Oh, and he's also played in a lot of play-in games. I'm thinking back right now. So in 2023, the Bulls were definitely there. Last year, the Bulls were definitely there. So DeMar DeRozan has played in a lot of play-in games.
The DeMar DeRozan Invitational. All right, Kyle, let's get to this Domas. We keep having these conversations about Domas shooting the 3-ball and how it is opening things up for the Kings. Let's get to Coach Christie and what he had to say about Domas shooting the 3-ball. Here it is.
I mean, he puts in the work, man. We put in crazy amount of work in the summertime, like, double sessions, going to the gym in the evening to shoot, working in the morning, lifting, and to do all that work and then not have the confidence to pull the trigger is something that I really emphasize to him. Like, listen, man, you put in the work. Your teammates see that you put in the work. They trust the fact that you do this and you do it at a really high level. Trust yourself and let it fly. And I really think that's probably the only difference is he's trusting himself at an extremely high level. He'll miss something, he'll make more, but the trust is at a really high level for him. Let it go, and I think his teammates do. He makes great decisions. Sometimes he'll shoot it, sometimes he'll pump fake it, DHO it, put it on the deck, spray the basketball. All great decisions for his teammates and himself.
There you go. I mean, he really does build you up. Right. What's the name? I'm trying to think, Kyle, that app where you can pay and a celebrity will say happy birthday. Cameo. That's right. A specific cameo with Doug Christie where you give him your life, right? You give him your life setup, like a resume of your life and things that you want to accomplish in your life. And Doug Christie just motivates you and makes you feel good about, number one, where you're at and where you're headed. I would pay for that right now.
What is your asking price? Like, what should Doug
ask?
What should Doug set his price at?
By the way, I think I saw Draper on there. I think I saw
Kyle Draper is on Cameo?
I think. Do not quote me on that, but I might have seen Draper on there. Doug, you got to motivate somebody's life, and Draper is on there, isn't he?
I just found it. All right. Okay, so Draper is set at $50. Is the
Don't
starting
put Draper's
price.
business on the street like that.
Why? It's public.
It is public.
Anyone can find it now.
I did see that not too long ago. If Drape's going 50, if I'm gonna motivate you, Doug, a 3-minute motivation. Doug has got to get 5 bills.
Hey, I will say good for Drapes. He's got 5 stars on his reviews.
5 stars.
21 reviews.
Should
have
we
Kyle
order
Draper
it?
as a 5-star.
Can we get a GoFundMe to order a Draper's cameo?
Yo, Paolo.
What's going on, Kyle?
I was going to play it, and then I thought I should probably listen to what he said before I play it.
I'm sure it's fine, but a motivational speech from Doug Christie on Cameo, that's what I need, because he just makes everybody feel good. All right, we're going to feel really good about the Kings once we start pocket watching. What's going on, Kyle? What's going on?
So the thing about Cameo, if you look it up, is that it gives you the different options that you can ask for, like the
different packages.
Version.
Yes,
it says intro video, pep talk, birthday, and it's like versions.
So there are pep talks on there.
For sure. There's ones that he's recorded at the arena.
I need a pep talk. How much for a pep talk from Draper?
It starts at $50.
How long is that pep talk?
Average video length 58 seconds.
$50 for 50 seconds?
Well, that's the average. It could be more, it could be less.
I'm going to need 5 minutes, Drapes, for 50 bones.
5 minute? What?
I need it. That's right.
By minute 3, what more is he going to have to say?
He's gotta figure out something.
Aren't the best motivational speeches like 2 minutes long and then we're going?
50 bones, Drapes. I need 5 minutes.
Oh, this is great. I'm gonna grab some of these. This is excellent.
Steve says Drapes has to do Cameo on air. We can't afford him, Steve. We can't afford him.
How funny would that be if Draper started doing cameos while sitting in the chair? Like, do it from the studio.
That's right. Look, I'm not, Draper. I need a pep talk. I'm about to go to Draper. They're in the arena tonight. I'm rolling up to Draper. I'm saying, hey man, I just put in for a cameo. But do you have a promo code or something? I need something, Drapes. I need something. Pocket watching on the other side. Can the Kings get to the 6th seed tonight? Crazy talk. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
The NBA is back, but I also want to let you know I am back on Cameo.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
This 49er injury report is brought to you by Jeremy Winter, attorney at law. He cares because he's been there. After an injury-plagued 2024 season, which ended 6-11 and out of the playoffs, the 49ers will focus on getting healthy in the offseason. Running backs Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Isaac Guerrero all suffered season-ending injuries. Left tackle Trent Williams' ankle kept him out late in the year, and Brock Purdy missed the season finale with a hurt elbow. 49ers hope to enter 2025 with a full roster back intact.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
You know, when it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer, and that's especially true when it comes to your garage door. And that's why I recommend National Garage Door, 638-4554. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. Whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE. It's broken spring experts. Styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of, and that's not good. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're getting a new garage door. We're pretty happy about that. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 638-4554, National Garage Door.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Cameo. I hope Draper doesn't get mad at us.
I don't think he's listening.
Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything to Draper in the show later. The Drive Guys coming at you, getting you ready for game night, getting you ready for pregame for Kings Warriors. Drapes, I need one. I need a pep talk. I love how
Hey, what's up, Cassius? It's your boy Kyle Draper, play-by-play announcer and pre- and post-game host for your Sacramento Kings. I just wanted to wish you a happy 15th birthday. I know your mom and dad, Caleb, and of course.
No, we're not going to put their names out there.
Right,
but yeah,
right.
You know, that's kind of the vibe of
But
what
that's
you can
on
get.
his preview.
Yeah, it's just on his profile, so I
Right.
feel okay playing that. But
Right.
it's
So my birthday is in March. How much for a birthday shout out?
$50.
Everything is 50. Pep talk. So would I rather a birthday shout out from Drapes or a pep talk?
It says book a personal video starting at $50. I don't know if there's more.
He's gonna charge me. We have to do it. We have to catfish him.
What?
That's right. If he knows
What
it's
kind
me,
of Manti Te'o are you talking
if he
about?
knows it's me, he's gonna try to hit me. He's gonna try to hit me.
I don't understand that.
Mhm.
Anyways, it also says reasons to get a video. Valentine's Day.
Oh.
Say happy birthday.
Oh.
Send a pep talk.
Oh.
Roast someone.
Okay.
Get advice.
Oh.
$50 for advice from Kyle Draper.
I want it.
Ask a question, promote a business, or other.
What if I paid $50 to ask Draper why he won't do crosstalk?
I think you could just ask him when you see him later.
No. I got to do it. If Whitey's listening, he's going to love that one.
At what age, and I know there's Sacramento Kings fans
Yeah.
out here, but how long into a relationship do you have to be to tell your significant other, hey, for Valentine's Day this year, I got you a Kyle Draper cameo.
Hey, I need it. That is great.
Miss Stiles, if you're listening,
That's right.
I've figured out your Valentine's Day gift for this
now
year.
I don't need to take her to dinner. I don't have to do anything.
Now
I
you don't
spent
have to-
$50 on you, baby.
Oh, I was saying she's got to go the other way. That's going to be your gift for Valentine's Day. And you don't have to catfish. It'll just be from I'm not going to put your wife's name out there, from a blank.
That's right.
So-and-so. For my husband, Allen. Who
Mhm.
knows? Could be any Allen.
There you go. All right. That was utterly ridiculous. Shout out Drapes. Hey, get your paper, bro.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Kyle Draper, aka Drapes. The NBA is back, but I also want to let you know I am back on Cameo.
AKA Drapes. Shout out Kyle Draper. Oh,
We're
my
also doing
goodness.
great promotion.
Great
for
promo.
His,
He
his
loves this
cameo too.
He is the LeBron James of the station.
Drake should pay us right now. We're
That's
giving
right.
him free promotion for his cameo.
I'm working this so I can get my discount for my pep talk and my Valentine's Day. All right. Well, let's get to pocket watching as the Kings can make a couple moves tonight. Okay. Based on what I'm seeing here, Kyle, the best they can do tonight. Somebody had mentioned the 6 seed, but the Lakers, I mean, when you look at where the Lakers are at, the Lakers 18 losses, the Kings have 20. So nobody's getting to the 6 seed tonight. You got to inch and claw. By the way, shout out to the Wizards, just coming out here, giving everybody W's and just going along their merry way.
Yeah, that's the way to tank. The Wizards, that's the way to tank. Not only be bad, but be funny bad.
I turned on Sports Center yesterday, and I'm just seeing all the highlights. And I saw the LeBron James highlight, and I'm thinking, okay, the Lakers are starting to roll a little bit. Then I saw it was against who? The Wizards. Just, hey, who needs a W? Everybody needs a W.
I saw someone make the joke on Twitter that this Wizards team is like the 73-9 Warriors for Twitter.
Yeah.
And you know what? I love it.
There you
Pool Boy
go.
and Jacuzzi are going to be feeding every team around the league.
And that's why I keep thinking Cam Johnson will get moved soon, because they're literally seeing what happens if you wait too long. Kyle Kuzma, they can't move Kyle Kuzma now. The Wizards, nobody wants any move would feel like they lost. So now they're just stuck. They should have moved him last season, but they wanted too much.
No, they tried. He said, I won't go to the Mavericks because I want to go to a championship contender.
Yes, that's the one that we heard about. As far as the Mavericks are concerned, though, the Mavericks, they take on the Timberwolves tonight. Okay. So the Mavericks at home. If the Mavericks lose and the Kings win, the Mavericks would then be stuck with all those other 21 lost teams, and the Kings would be in sole possession of the 7 seed, still 2 games back of the Lakers in the 6 seed. If you flip that, the Kings would be stuck with those other 21 lost teams, and then the Timberwolves would have the tiebreaker, because I believe the Timberwolves have beat the Kings twice. The Kings beat the Timberwolves once.
Yes, but then it gets messy because you have 3-way ties in some of these situations, which doesn't go directly to win-loss record.
Yeah.
The other thing that makes it weird is that the Suns are playing Brooklyn tonight, but it's Brooklyn with no Bogdanovich, D'Angelo Russell, Cam Thomas, Trendon Watford, Zaire Williams, Cam Johnson, and Ben Simmons.
Okay.
So probably a win for the Suns, which means that the Suns would be in a weird 3-way tie situation with everyone else.
Yeah, and I mean, look, like you were saying too, if the Kings lose, obviously they're stuck with all the 21s, and they're back with the Warriors. The Warriors would, with their 21 losses. So first and foremost, Kings got to take care of business. No Draymond Green, no Jonathan Kuminga, and GP2 is questionable.
Based on how tonight goes between these 3 games, there's a scenario where the Kings could be the 7 seed or the 11 seed at the end of the night.
That's where we're at, and just crawling towards that 6 seed. That's what all these teams are trying to do. I'm just taking a quick look, Kyle, at the Lakers schedule. So this is interesting. The Lakers, they host the Celtics tomorrow, which I would go ahead and I don't know what's going to happen there. LeBron can turn it on, but I like the Celtics have been scuffling, but I like the Celtics' chances there. Here's the issue. This is actually a big issue for that 6 seed, okay? And we can take a look at the Clippers as well. But the Lakers, their next 4 games, people. Their next 4 games. And I know this is supposed to make us feel good. You still feel good as far as the 7 seed is concerned. But their next 4 games after they take on the Celtics tomorrow night, the Lakers go to Golden State with no Draymond and no Jonathan Kuminga. Then they have a East Coast trip, but this is probably the best East Coast trip you could cook up. They go to Charlotte to take on the Hornets. They go to Philly to take on the Sixers, who I see Kelly Oubre's playing again. So somebody's hurt.
4.5 deflections.
There you go. They go to they get the Wizards again. All right. So that's their next 5 games. They host the Celtics. Then they go at Warriors, at Hornets, at Sixers, at Wizards. After that, it does get a little bit tougher. They go to New York, okay, to take on the Knicks. They host, or they're away, or they actually are away now against the Clippers in the Intuit Dome, and then they get the Warriors, the Pacers, and the Jazz again. So this thing, the Lakers, they're still in prime position to hold on to that 6. I'm not going to get into the Clippers schedule right now, but that is the tough thing because the Clippers also at 18. So it might be worth it. I trust the Clippers. Who you trust more? Kyle, the Clippers or the Lakers?
Clippers.
There you go.
Defense, man. The defense is sustainable.
For whatever it's worth, I know I said I wouldn't do it, but why not? The Clippers actually have the Celtics today. So that's great. That's good. That's good. Okay, so the Clippers have the Celtics today. Then they get their W against the. How long are the Wizards out here? The Wizards been out here for a month.
The Wizards are going. They're like, you know how the Harlem Globetrotters were here on Monday? The Wizards are just doing that circuit now.
Just doing the circuit. So the Clippers host the Celtics. All right. They have a back-to-back, but again, after that, they take on the Wizards, or they host the Wizards. Then they take on the Bucks on Saturday. After that, they go to Phoenix. After that, they go to San Antonio. After that, they go to Charlotte. And after that, they go to Toronto. So this 6th seed is going to be tough, man. The Kings have a lot of work to do.
And the Kings have that tough stretch coming up.
That's right.
The good news is it will eventually even out because they've got those like 3 Pelicans games plus a Hornets plus a 76ers mixed in there. But yeah, the Kings, we've talked about it before. They've got a tough stretch coming up on the road trip, and eventually that'll even itself out. But they've played more home games than any team in the league, which means they have more road games left than any team in the league. And they play Oklahoma City twice more. They still got Cleveland twice. There's a lot of tough games there. I'm trying to see where they are in the strength of schedule game now.
916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation, people are cracking up from this. Y'all gonna get me in trouble. People are cracking up from that the Drape segment about the cameo. How we got there is just hilarious, just as far as Doug Christie giving pep talks and how I would definitely want one from Doug Christie.
By the way, Kings are 8th in hardest strength of schedule the rest of the way.
There you go. We have Dieter Kurtenbach, who great writer out there in the Bay Area and a radio host as well. Me and Dieter go way back. That's coming up at 1 p.m. But coming up next, I do want to get into this Ben Johnson thing a little bit, just to get everybody's thoughts on just coaching and whether or not it is right or okay for a coach to be 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And is there anything the NFL can even do about it? Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This year, resolve to save on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy with $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on over 30 new half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area. $8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Available with special financing, leases, and other offers. Based on 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Start Something New sales event?
Right now, you can lease a new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4x8 plug-in for as low as $319 a month for 42 months with $39.95 due at signing. Plus, with 56 MPGE, you'll save thousands at the pump.
And in one of America's favorite SUVs.
Exactly. And that's not it. Not only do we have great deals on new Jeeps, but the Hoblet Family Dealers is growing with a huge selection of used cars at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with over 200 used vehicles available and 40 under $20,000.
Get the new Jeep your family needs. It's waiting at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
Lease of $319 for 42 months before tax and license. Must be California resident for rebates, including $7,500 SFS hybrid electric federal tax credit and $2,500 West SFS lease cash. Must finance through Stellantis. $39.95 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. 30 cents per mile over. Tax and license extra. 5 of this net savings. Sample MSRP 62,225 VIN 681180. See dealer for details.
My good friends over at Jiffy Lube have an amazing New Year oil change special going on right now for the month of January. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for a full synthetic motor oil change with a $33 off online coupon from JiffyLube.com today. Offer valid for up to 5 quarts of premium motor oil, specialty vehicles, and diesel extra. Happy New Year from Jiffy Lube.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver. Complete with 360-degree viewings, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
A lot of Kings talk as we are getting you ready for Kings Warriors. I mean, real quick, I did want to spend some time on this Ben Johnson thing as people are really upset, or I should say Lions fans are really upset, more so because of how things ended. But as far as I know, we have in Sacramento, it's kind of a melting pot where the Kings, it's number one. Number two, I believe, would be the Niners, right? And after that, I don't know if it's number three, Raiders, a bunch of random fans of random teams. The Giants will mix in there. The A's will mix in there. A's might gain some traction here with their time about to be upon us in Sacramento. But this is the day. Is this the day where Sacramento truly comes together against the Warriors? This is the day, right? And I guess the argument would be less about different sports and more so about, is it Warriors or Lakers, or
no,
it's Warriors. It's not even close.
It's Warriors. We've talked about this a bunch before. Like, the Lakers rivalry is still a rivalry for people of a certain generation, but the Lakers and Kings have had no battles, no playoffs, regular season memorable games in damn near 20 years now. So there's no history there to continue to fight off of, and Laker fans don't even think about the Sacramento Kings anymore. I mean, and I personally think Sacramento Kings fans shouldn't think about the Lakers anymore, because the Lakers kind of a bad franchise and the Kings are kind of a bad franchise. And unless both are going to get good at the same time, there's no reason to fight anymore about the Lakers. But the Warriors thing, that's a great rivalry.
Yeah, and you know, in different sports, when teams are good, whether it's Yankees, Red Sox, UNC, Duke, Dodgers, Giants, when teams are good and the other team ain't so good, this is where you get your licks in. This is where you get some payback for. You're never going to relive, you're never going to get back. I shouldn't say never, but the game 7, it is what it is, but you get to play in, you beat the brakes off them then at home or at their home. And now you get another chance. No Draymond. This is where you get it in.
I would argue they kind of did last year. I mean, think about it this way. Yes, it's not a playoff series, and Steph Curry still has the 50-point game at Golden One Center, owns us, we'll take it, all that stuff. They ended the big three.
Yeah.
They ended Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Klay Thompson had 0 points in his last game as a Golden State Warrior on our home floor.
It's pretty crazy.
That's, I would argue, almost, I mean, yes, it's not, the loss in Game 7 hurts, but I'd argue that hurt Warriors fans just as much, if not more, than the hurt Sacramento was feeling by the Beam Team season being broken up. So, yeah, it's not only just a rivalry, they've got real drama and real stakes every time they play. It's been excellent the last 2 years to feel like you have a rivalry and for both teams to kind of acknowledge that it's a rivalry too, which how great is that when both sides are like, yeah, we want to play a little harder against that team.
Well, Warriors fans, they refuse to accept it as a rivalry. And like I said, I want to see, and I know some of you double agents are listening. I see you on the text line. You can always tell when somebody ain't a real Kings fan. The way of, number one, it'll say 510 or 925 for the most part, or 707. But some of you 916ers, you're not slick. Okay, you are not slick. We can sniff you out. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun tonight, and it's just about pride for the Warriors. It really is. And Keon Ellis and what he did against Steph Curry in the play-in game, and again, no Draymond Green, no Jonathan Kuminga, no Brandon Pajemski, GP2 questionable. Look, I'm just worried about, and we'll get into this more in the preview, but Moses Moody. Okay, that's the guy, because whenever the game starts to get away from them and the Kings are kind of doing their thing, Steve Kerr finally looks down the end of his bench and puts in Moses Moody, and Moses Moody makes it close. So that's what I'm paying attention to, and of course, Buddy Hield. All right, Kyle, real quick, I wanted to get into this Ben Johnson thing and get your thoughts on it, get the listeners' thoughts on it. So in college, there are all these conversations just about when a coach just leaves, right? A coach leaves and they say they're going to stay and whatever it is. And some of these coaches won't even coach the bowl game, just some nasty, nasty situations. But in the pros, you don't really hear it as much because these are grown men. They're getting paid millions of dollars. There's no crying there. That doesn't mean that there can't be some, I don't want to say crying, but there can't be some conversations with content creators for those teams, fans of those teams, and things like that. So Dominique Claire, who is content creator for the Lions, he had this to say. This was a couple days ago when Ben Johnson got announced immediately, right? I mean, Aaron Glenn, that took a couple days, but it happens immediately. Ben Johnson's in the building. I think that was yesterday with his family. He is clearly all in. He's building his team is already being built, his coaching staff. So Dominique says, you can't convince me that bro was fully focused on the playoffs when he got hired 2 days after getting eliminated. The NFL needs to make a rule on this. So I started to think about it, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, the rule would obviously be you have to wait a longer period of time, because the quiet accusation is that Ben Johnson's head wasn't in the game, because let's be honest, the same way we don't look at, oh, this guy won a Super Bowl as a OC or DC. It's not looked at anywhere near it's not looked at anywhere near the way it's looked at as a head coach. I think it helps, but we could get into the Eric Bieniemy stuff. Didn't help him. Mike Brown, it did give him an opportunity as a head coach, but when people are roasting Mike Brown, nobody says, whoa, you need to slow down. He won championships as an assistant. Nobody really says that. So with that being said, Ben Johnson is thinking, yeah, this would be sick if we won a Super Bowl as an assistant head coach, but I've kind of already got what I needed to get out of the Detroit Lions, and I'm trying to figure out where I'm going next. So I guess it's kind of a fair or foul question in what the NFL should do, or if this is even a big deal, just in general.
Well, I think it's a big deal because people in those locker rooms have told us it's a big deal in the past. And I think the reason why this is a unique football thing and not a baseball and basketball thing is one game. You know, it's like one game for your season type of stuff. Where in basketball, the playoffs are so long and you play 30 games that it's hard to decipher this coach was in or out of this one game or whatever. I remember a couple years ago, Jonathan Gannon was the Eagles defensive coordinator. And the day after they won the NFC Championship game, he took an illegal phone call from the Arizona Cardinals. They were like, hey, do you want the job maybe? And he said yes. They lose the Super Bowl. They don't get Vic Fangio because Jonathan Gannon didn't tell the Eagles he was looking at the Cardinals job.
Right.
And people accuse him of sandbagging it in the second half against Patrick Mahomes because 2 days later he's announced as the Cardinals coach. This is a unique NFL thing, and they've put guardrails in, like you can't interview if you are playing in the playoffs that week. The reason Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn could interview is because they had the first round bye.
Right.
And so they could interview that week when they had the bye, but not last week. So they try and put guardrails in, but you're not going to be able to stop people from pursuing their dream jobs and being literally 1 foot in and 1 foot out. So I would say fair. It's just, it's literally being 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I don't know what to tell them on that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know NFL. Yeah, he goes on to say NFL needs to make a rule on this. I'm just not sure what you can do. If you know a promotion is coming and it's like you said, your dream job, basically the only rule is to delay even more. But the problem is you have to delay everyone. So whether you're in the playoffs or not, hey, no one can start. And even if you did that, even if you said official interviews couldn't start until the Super Bowl ends, there would still be all it takes is, well, this guy got a role and he wasn't supposed to, but now I missed out on this. I just don't know what you do.
I don't either, because you can't stop people from pursuing those jobs. And had the Lions won, those hires wouldn't have been made. You would have heard whispers that the team wants this guy, but teams will wait when they know they want that guy who goes deep in the playoffs. The Niners with Shanahan, they waited until mid-February to hire him because they knew that was going to be the guy they wanted. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what guardrails to put in place because it is such a high intensity, we have to hire people situation.
On the other side, Dieter Kurtenbach joins us, KNBR host and columnist for Bay Area Sports HQ. We talked to Dieter and asked the question, what is going on out there in the Bay Area and what he thinks about the Sacramento Kings and what they should do with De'Aaron Fox. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hey, it's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, and the regular season is over, but the high hand bonuses, those are not. $500 per primetime football game, whether it's weekend, Monday night, whatever it may be. And those bonuses available until the season ends, including the big game on February 9th. Capital Casino, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com. Please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to BABBEL.com. That's Babbel.com.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, two-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best riders tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Golden One Center this week. Brought to you by BKT Tires. Lock in your seats today at monsterjam.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, I'm a huge fan of their SUVs and sedans, but they also have a huge vans fleet center. Listen up, business owners. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of tax deductions. They have the perfect van to power your fleet, including the new fully electric e-Sprinter alongside their very reliable diesel options. And even if you aren't a business owner, let's say you just want one for personal reasons. Maybe you want to go out on the town with the fellas or with the ladies, or maybe you want to take the kids on a road trip. Well, their vans are fully customizable. So check out Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. You can choose from their dependable diesel models or even go all electric with the new e-Sprinter. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet center. Or, of course, you can go online at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
One o'clock hour, one more hour with you. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports. And as promised, we are joined by the one, the only Dieter Kurtenbach, KMBR host, Bay Area Sports HQ columnist, and a good friend of mine. Dieter,
Yes,
you know, it seems like just yesterday it was me and you on the beach in Alameda, and now I'm out here, and I miss you, but thank you so much for joining.
I miss you too, Alan. I can't believe you promised this to people. That was a mistake. We drove them all away. Had I come in under the guise of not coming, we would have had a chance, but instead here we are.
That's true. That's true. So let's start here, Dieter. True or false, the Kings ruined the Warriors dynasty? Can you just answer that question?
You can have it. I mean, I'm not going to say that last year's, from the Warriors' perspective, embarrassment of a play-in tournament game ruined the dynasty. I think that it obviously had a lot of stuff happening before that game that manifested in full in that game. But the Warriors dynasty, however you want to say it, lasted. It's dead. It's over. And I don't know if the Sacramento Kings ended it, but they certainly put an exclamation point at the ending. Like, this is not the same operation. And it is interesting watching these two teams head in completely different directions as of late, considering that the Warriors probably could have lied to themselves a little bit and said, well, the Kings are struggling and the Lakers are struggling and the Clippers are probably over their skis a bit. At least we're, toe-to-toe with these California teams, and now they're just getting their butts kicked by all three of them. And it really highlights how down bad they are.
Talking to Dieter Kurtenbach, KBR host, Bay Area Sports HQ columnist. Are you surprised at all at how this turned out for the Warriors, specifically this season?
No, the only surprise would have been that they got out of the gates hot and started 12-3, and that a lot of the moves that they made to quote unquote replace Klay Thompson, taking all of that salary and turning it into Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson and DeAnthony Melton, like that, it was working early, and that strength in numbers seemed to have a little bit of strength. That was the surprise. I was, not to toot my own horn here, I'm certainly not alone in this camp. I was banging the drum that they needed a number two, and that this was the same issue that they had the year prior. They didn't take care of it after they got knocked out by the Lakers in the semifinals 2 years ago, after beating the Kings in 7, it should be noted. And then they never got that number two. They just said, no, we'll run it back. And then they said, oh, we'll deal with it at the trade deadline. And they never dealt with it at the trade deadline. Oh, we'll deal with it in the offseason. They didn't deal with this past offseason. And they said, oh, we'll deal with it at this trade deadline. And I'm looking, and it doesn't seem like they're going to deal with it at the trade deadline. They didn't deal with their number one issue. And it's not a new issue. So how can anyone be surprised that they're wholly mediocre at this juncture?
Yeah, and I know Marcus Thompson was on your station, KBR, and kind of having the conversation about we're okay with this season not being it if we take a swing next season. And Dieter, I know you're still out there in the Bay. So what I'm hearing, and I don't know if you've heard this too, is they're going to do this the right way, but this thing doesn't turn around. And I don't even know what turnaround looks like. Long story short, I'm hearing we're not too far away from Steph and Draymond being shut down in some capacity, because the fluid in Steph's knee, the back with Draymond, is that a thing that you're hearing? How far away are we from, Steph's knee's kind of acting up and Draymond's back, it ain't great, so we're just going to shut it down?
We're far away from that point, but it's a conversation that's happening. So how far can you really be? If they were further away from the 5th seed, then there would be a real conversation. If they weren't still somehow a play-in tournament team, or at least right there in the vicinity, there'd be a different conversation. But the way that the NBA rewards mediocrity, it's pretty clear that there's not a lot of incentive for them to try much harder or really give it all up. And it wouldn't shock me at all if their one move at the trade deadline was to move off some money from a non-rotation player to slide under some tax line. I'm not going to pretend to do the accounting here. That's why I hire an accountant. But I'll talk to my guy, and we'll see what we got with the Warriors regardless. It wouldn't shock me if they decided, instead of doing the thing that they should have done now for the last year and a half, 2 years, which is bring in somebody who can hold up the offense when Steph's off the floor, noting that injury that you just acknowledged. Like, Steph doesn't even play in most back-to-backs, right? He's kind of on the Joel Embiid plan, not to the full extreme, but like he doesn't do that anymore, as you would expect. He's turning 37 in a couple of weeks. So you're losing those games, just guaranteed. You stand no chance of winning. I think they've won one of them, but that was a fluke. So you don't win those games, and then you split the other games that you play when he does play. I'm running the math in my head. That seems like you're going to lose more than you're going to win. Just simple. I got a D in trigonometry in high school, so don't ask me about this. But like, I'm no math whiz. That doesn't seem great for making the playoffs, the earnest playoffs, and not this play-in tournament again. And it wouldn't shock me at all if their move, instead of doing the thing which they should have done, which is go and get somebody who can hold the team up a little bit, instead of hoping that Andrew Wiggins has a game, or Jonathan Kuminga has a game, or Buddy Hield has a game, all of which they never seem to have when you need it. Instead of that, they'll say, actually, let's pare it down a little bit, because why are we paying so much for a team that's pretty cruddy?
I'm worried, Dieter. I'm worried about the Buddy Hield revenge game. I know he's a couple of teams removed, but
you shouldn't be.
Being a part of this rivalry, I think Buddy might try to do something. He's going to shoot it. We know he's going to shoot it. Whether it goes in or not is the question. Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR host and Bay Area Sports HQ columnist. Dieter, what did you think? I'm curious your thoughts on the whole we're not going to put the Oregon a bad spot thing, and then they walked it back and kind of out of character for Steph, coming at Twitter fingers and people that are actually Warriors fans for the most part that were trying to defend Steph. What happened there?
Well, the easy answer is that Draymond gave a very good quote to Vinny Goodwill of Yahoo Sports, saying that, hey, bad teams make big, bold, brash decisions. I'm paraphrasing here. And we're not that, right? So he stood up for his guys, but it very much came across as, hey, we're not desperate. We're going to figure this out. And this is the new, softer Draymond, right? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, that's a very interesting quote. So you take it to Steve, you take it to Steph, you take it to anybody who has some sway, and then they have to have their say on the matter. Mm-hmm. And I get where they're coming from, right? Like, trading 5 first-round picks for DeMar DeRozan or Jimmy Butler or whomever, Zach LaVine, that's stupid. Like, of course you're not doing that. The problem is no one has suggested that at all. Like, that's not reality of the situation. There is no desperate move to be made. There is no massive 5 draft pick Kevin Durant player that you can go get. I would love to hear about it because I would be interested in making that trade if I were the Warriors. But they're sort of poo-pooing it on the most extreme. It's almost a straw man argument. And then they win a game, and Steph is out here. They're feeling themselves a little bit. Hey, we beat the Timberwolves, which, I think 20 other teams have done this year.
Well, it feels like they play the Timberwolves every week, by the way.
Yeah, they're last year's Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, the Warriors played roughly 42 times last year. And now this year they're going to play Minnesota roughly 42 times. Thank you to the Emirates NBA Cup for that.
Right,
but I got to get that sponsor name in unless they send somebody out for me. Regardless, it's just the nature of they have nothing to present on the basketball court, so they can only talk about things that are happening off the court, which is also nothing. So we're just people talk about the media making stuff up all the time. Guilty as charged on this one, because otherwise we have to talk about the way they play basketball or the lack of any movement behind the scenes on how to make this basketball team better. So we're just coming up with ideas. Here's an idea. Mike Dunleavy, you don't seem to have any ideas, so here's one for free. Or, buy a subscription and we'll give you a free trade idea. Call up the Suns. I mean, I feel like I'm doing more work trying to figure out how to make the Warriors better than the Warriors. And it seems like when I text people around the league that, in fact, I am doing more work in trying to make the Warriors better than the actual Warriors, because they're like, oh, that's a good idea. I wish someone would have brought that to my boss. And it's like, should I be? Obviously, I should not be running the Warriors, but this is where we're at, where it just feels there's a stasis of mediocrity that exists and permeates. And this, when you compare it to the ultra aggressive, the championship mentality, it's just antithetical to what we expected from the Warriors organization, what we expect from Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr. And for them to be so accepting of this, whatever it is unbecoming. And it's something worth noting. So I found it interesting that, they keep flip-flopping back and forth on what it is. Oh, we're not comfortable being, bad or mediocre, but we're also not going to do anything. And it's like, well, this is the same issue that ownership has. There's no incentive for them to make a big move because no big move is going to make them a true championship contender. We know that. But there's also no incentive to drop down because, they can do anything. They're still going to have the building full. So what's their business incentive? And it keeps coming back to this. The cut and short of it, Alan, I'm rambling on. The cut and short of it is simple. The Warriors ownership and everyone in the front office got so high on their own supply. They kept feeling like they were the smartest guys in the room for so long, and they might have been.
Light years ahead.
They stopped reading the room. They got complacent. They stopped being aggressive. This is the same team that you remember. I mean, you might have even been one of them, Alan. When 2016's offseason comes around and Kevin Durant's available to every team in the NBA because LeBron James and Chris Paul wanted their money. When that happened, there were a lot of people, and there was a salience to this argument, that said you can't break up this Warriors team. You can't get rid of Harrison Barnes and Andrew Bogut because there's so much good chemistry. You just won 73 regular season games. You were 1 game away from winning a title. You can't trade those guys to go get Kevin Durant. And the Warriors said, watch us. And it turned out to be the right move. They always tried to stay light years ahead, a step ahead, whatever you want to call it. They were aggressive. They were hungry. I don't see that hunger, and I certainly don't see that aggression anymore. And you have to blame the man on top. You have to blame Joe Lacob, who talks a big game, but his team is not backing it up in the front office or certainly on the court.
Yeah, the weird thing, Dieter, and we're going to get you out of here because I know are you coming up tonight? Am I going to see you tonight?
Hell no, brother.
Okay. All right.
They pay me to watch it, and you couldn't pay me to also drive to Sacramento and watch it.
That's also true. I think the weird thing is with what the Warriors are saying is nobody's saying you have to get rid of Kuminga, Podziemski, future draft picks, Andrew Wiggins. Just choose. And I feel like them being so broad and saying we don't know, kind of like what you're saying, we don't want to blow this thing up. Well, nobody is saying that everything has to go, right? But if you make everything untouchable, then you're not doing anything at all.
The funniest thing to me is they keep bringing up this future. They're like, oh, we don't want to jeopardize the future. And I'm looking around down, what future are they talking about? Oh, Jonathan Kuminga is your number 1. Congrats. You're going to win 20 games a year. Like, Jonathan Kuminga is the perfect best player on a bad team. That is exactly, just like Jordan Poole, the best player on a bad team, someone who's too into themselves to play good team basketball. And there's a lot of those guys out there. There's a lot of bad teams out there. So, and sometimes they get the insulation, but the Warriors wouldn't have that for Kuminga. So I have no problem getting rid of him, but that's not my call, right? They got algorithms, I'm told, that say that Jonathan Kuminga is going to turn into Pascal Siakam or something. I'm waiting and seeing. It is incredible to watch this team just wither away. I know all dynasties have to die, but I thought they'd go down swinging. And frankly, Sacramento is a fascinating juxtaposition because we all agree Mike Brown's a good coach. He just won Coach of the Year, but something was rotten in the state of Denmark, and they decided that to do what every team in the history of the NBA when facing a circumstance like that has done, which is just change the head coach. Right. And I don't know if Doug Christie's a good head coach or not, but I can tell you they've won 9 of their last 10. And Keon Ellis, who is unquestionably an important glue player for this team and someone who it makes all the logical sense in the world to share the backcourt with Fox because he brings the defense and then Fox can bring the offense. And there's a pairing there that makes sense. Plus he gives you something in the corner. Like, now he's playing more and you can see his impact on the floor. Like, you can see just moves. You can see them shaking things up. Sometimes that's all you need in the NBA. Maybe the Warriors need more than that, but they're never going to trade Steph. They're never going to trade Draymond, and they're never going to fire Steve Kerr. And I'm not advocating that they do any of the 3, but if those 3 are off the table, then you got to do something else. Yeah. And they just refuse to do it. And ultimately they're going to get, they're going to get what they deserve, which is maybe the 10 seed again. Except we're all going to feel way worse about it this time around, and they'll probably get their butts kicked by the Suns or someone who's actually trying. And then,
well, hopefully it won't be. Hopefully it won't be the Kings. DeMar, he says he doesn't want the plan. We don't want the plan out here, Dieter, but we do want
bigger
you to
and
come
brighter
back.
Things, my friend.
That's right. Dieter Kernbach, thank you so much for joining us, man. Next time I'm in the Bay, or next time you're in Sac, we got to link up. Can be our host, Bay Area Sports HQ columnist. Thank you so much, Dieter. We'll talk to you soon.
See you, Al.
Warriors Kings preview. We continue on. It's about that time. Allen Stiles Show, Secdown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Business taxes. Was stressing about all the time and all the money you spent on your taxes.
This is my bill?
Now Business Taxes is a TurboTax small business expert who does your taxes for you and offers year-round advice at no additional cost, so you can keep more money in your business. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com/business. Only available with TurboTax Live full service.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Thanks again to Dieter Kernbach, Bay Area's finest, can be our host, Bay Area Sports HQ columnist. Man, oh man, it is a nightmare out there. It is a nightmare out there. Golden State.
They are bad, which I feel good about this from a personal standpoint, not just because screw the Warriors, but also I knew at the start of the season this was going to happen, and no one believed me when I was like, this team is going to be the 12 seed, and look at that. They're about to be the 12 seed. How smart am I?
They are 15 in net rating. Okay, they are 10th in defensive rating, so still top 10 defense. How much of that is from that start of the season? And offense seems to be the problem. They are 20th in offensive rating. And yeah, Dieter, he's not alone. That number 2 thing, Warrior fans, whether it was Buddy Hield, and I know DeAnthony Melton got hurt, but let's keep it real here. I mean, unless DeAnthony Melton was going to turn into the next version of Jimmy Butler, I mean, it was going to cool off either way, even though he was playing really well for them. The reality is you're not going to win this league without a number 2, and your number 2 can't be your bench. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Both 2 Bay Area teams. I liken the Warriors bench at the beginning of the season, and it didn't even last the whole season, so it's not even as good, but I'll liken it to the Giants winning 107 games when they had, the most pinch hit home runs in franchise history. That's the closest thing you're going to get to luck that is not literally luck.
I would add one caveat, that you can't replace a number 2 with your bench, because some teams are able to replicate it with a strength in numbers. Your number 2 can't be a bench that you just assembled this offseason.
And it can't be Buddy Hield.
That's what I'm saying. Like Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, and Moses Moody and DeAnthony Melton, like those were players that other than Moody, other teams said, we don't want them. You can have them. Like there's a reason why those players were available at the prices they were.
But even if you look around the league right now, who doesn't have? Okay, I would say you have the Rockets, who I don't even know who their is there one punch Şengün? I don't know, but I would give you the Rockets don't really have a 1-2 punch or a number 2 per se. But besides that,
the Clippers.
Okay, James Harden and Kawhi?
I mean, you could say Norman Powell replaced, but they lost Paul George and they're basically the same. They replaced Paul George with Derek Jones and they're basically the same team. So I would give the Clippers that bump.
Okay, I would maybe go back. Kawhi has been in and out, and
Norman Powell has been having a career year.
Yes. Whether that's who he'll be moving forward, we don't know, but they're the 5 seed right now. But that's one team.
Yeah, you could argue the Grizzlies, but they've got Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson.
Yeah, I'm not putting the Grizzlies there. So I know if your number 1 is Steph, the argument is he's so great. We can make it happen. But at 36 years old with fluid in that knee, that is just not the case.
I know that this is the Allen Stiles Show, not the Drive Guys, but I want to hop back in the Wayback Machine real quick and take you into Whitey's Wayback Machine real quick.
Okay.
We're going all the way back to November 22nd of 2024, which is exactly 2 months ago to the date. On that day, the Golden State Warriors, number 1 seed in the Western Conference at 12-3. The Sacramento Kings were 11th place in the West, by the way, at that point.
That was November
22nd. The Warriors were first in the West. The Kings were 11th. Since then, the Golden State Warriors have been the 26th ranked team in net rating in the NBA, 21st in offensive rating, 22nd in defensive rating, a 9-18 14 record since they were the number 1 seed. Since the last day, they were the number 1 seed in the Western Conference.
That's insane.
26th in net rating. And if I were to tell you the teams that are below them, it's the Wizards, the Nets, the Trailblazers, the Raptors, end of list.
That's not a good basketball team.
They are worse than the Hornets, Pelicans, Jazz, and 76ers over the last 2 months.
Got to kick them when they're down. You know, De'Aaron, he laid it out beautifully with it's a merry-go-round. You play a team
while they're down.
Yeah, you play a team while they're injured. You get a team that comes into your house while you're injured. You got to take care of business here, and that's exactly what the Kings are looking to do. Continuing with our Warriors preview, who's in, who's out, when we return. Now on South Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Warriors game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7. Your exclusive home for the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Winter can be tough on your garage doors. So are you sure yours is ready to handle the cold? Well, don't wait for your garage door to break down on a chilly morning. This February, Overhead Door Company of Sacramento is offering their Sweetheart Special. $150 off a garage door with the purchase of a new garage door opener. So don't let winter slow you down. Visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com for your free estimate. And another reason to love the great folks at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento is how consistent they've been with giving back to the community. They have served our region for 70 plus years as a family-owned and operated company, and they give back as you can join them this Saturday in Elk Grove for Project Ride's 25th annual crab feed, blessing the lives of those with special needs and disabilities. You can reach them at 916-421-3747, 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Hey, this is Greg Pop-Up. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Elk Grove Honda reports that Honda has earned 3 coveted 2025 Car and Driver 10 Best Awards for the 3rd year in a row, honoring the Honda Civic, Honda Accord, and Honda CR-V. Honda Accord wins for a record 39th time. You can see and drive all the new 2025 award-winning models at Elk Grove Honda and see why Honda cars and trucks continue to impress the critics. We are Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
This 49er Injury Report is brought to you by Jeremy Winter, attorney at law. He cares because he's been there. After an injury-plagued 2024 season, which ended 6-11 and out of the playoffs, the 49ers will focus on getting healthy in the offseason. Running backs Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Isaac Guerrero all suffered season-ending injuries. Left tackle Trent Williams' ankle kept him out late in the year, and Brock Purdy missed the season finale with a hurt elbow. 49ers hope to enter 2025 with a full roster back intact.
Serious accident. You deserve the law offices of Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237. Jeremy lost his mother in a car accident and knows firsthand the pain caused by tragedy. That is why he became an attorney to fight for others who are going through a tragedy. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve Jeremy Winter. 877-637-3237.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With over 500 new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
"30 more minutes with you. We have Prop Talk coming up in about 15 minutes. I feel like we've been doing pretty well lately on Prop Talk, and we want to keep that rolling for you. Valentine's Day round the corner. Get some extra cheese to
Get some extra cheese to buy your Kyle Draper cameo.
To buy your Kyle Draper cameo. Mm-hmm.
Kyle Draper, $50 for a Valentine's Day cameo if anyone wants it.
And you know, Allen just loves you so much. He just wanted me to tell you that.
I will pay $50 if Draper will write you a Valentine's Day.
I'm just waiting for Draper to roll up to me at the game tonight. Say, "What's up, man?" So what? I heard you talking about the cameo. What's going on, man? What's good, big fella? That's what I'm just waiting to happen today.
A loved one, a friend, last minute holiday gift. Hit me up on Cameo, search Kyle Draper, and I'll definitely make sure you're one of Drape's guys.
I love it. Shout out Kyle Draper. That somebody said that was the best segment they heard in a long time here. Shout out to the texter from I think that was from the 209. So shout out to you on the 916.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Kyle Draper, a.k.a. Drapes. The NBA is back, but I also want to let you know I am back on Cameo.
Mm-hmm. Shout out Kyle Draper. That was a 916 that was really enjoying our Draper segment. Go check that out. What was that, Kyle? It started off talking about Doug Christie, and then somehow we got to Kyle Draper's cameo.
That's hour 3 on the podcast. It's up
go.
now on the Allen Stiles Show podcast feed if you want to listen to us laughing about Kyle Draper's cameo. Not laughing at it, just laughing at its existence.
There you go.
Again, $50 for a Valentine's Day cameo for Kyle Draper.
I forgot how I came across that, but I am very, very glad I did. As we get back to our Warriors Kings preview, the Warriors, Kyle, as you put it, just ridiculous since that fraudulent 12-3 start to the season, 9-18 since then, 26 in net rating, which is terrible, 21st in offense, 22nd in defense. As far as the injury report, we're still waiting to see what's going on with GP2, but the Warriors have added GP2 to that laundry list of players that are out, questionable because of illness. Jonathan Kuminga out, Draymond Green out, Brandon Pajemski out, Kyle Anderson out. Look, Steph is playing, and that's really all that matters with the Warriors anyway. No disrespect to Kuminga and Draymond Green. Kings, nobody on their injury report. Kyle, are we worried about? I know how you get, Kyle, and you'll say, "Hey, there's just a team that's so bad that the letdown is not even possible." I feel like that was the Wizards who the Kings just faced. Are we worried about a letdown here tonight? Because what we've seen from Doug Christie is he hasn't really allowed the letdown to happen, right? I mean, the way this team is programmed right now, I don't see a letdown, but if there is a letdown, it would be against this team with Steph Curry and a weird Buddy Hield game, and the Kings maybe just starting to feel themselves a little too much.
All right, so let me say this. I'm not going to say this is the Wizards, right? Playing the Wizards is there's no possibility of a letdown. They're just that bad. But convince me why I should be concerned about it or being a letdown game, or at the very least, why I should pause before saying there's just some teams where a letdown game isn't possible.
Well, number one, it's a rivalry. Right, let's take that back to Michigan and Ohio State. Ohio State ends up winning the national championship, and Michigan wasn't really that good this season, but Michigan took care of business there. So rivalry games, you never know. Number two, Steph Curry. Number three, they have some ammunition. The Warriors do. I mean, they got embarrassed. I know they've been getting embarrassed a lot lately, but they got embarrassed in a rivalry game with no De'Aaron Fox at home. Okay, so they definitely have the motivation.
You know what's funny about that is you said they just got embarrassed, and I didn't know which one you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the worst home loss in Steve Kerr's tenure as Warriors coach.
Well, you could also throw that in the category. They're due. They're due for a good game. They're due, and I'm not counting the Wizards because they beat the Wizards. They seem to own the Wizards and own the Timberwolves. But besides that, they lost to the Raptors. They lost to the Pacers. I mean, it's some bad stuff, but I will say they're due for a really good game. Steph loves to show out nationally televised games besides that play-in, but nationally televised game, Steph is going to try to show out. Honestly, I'm arguing against myself. I just don't think, without Draymond Green, I don't think that and Kuminga, to be honest with you, who Kuminga plays against the Kings pretty well, and he's that guy that the Kings, they put Keegan on him, but the Kings don't really have an answer for that hyper athletic dude. The reason I don't think it's going to happen is because of those guys missing. But if I were to argue it, all the things I just said, and you know where I'm going. Buddy Hield in a Warriors. Buddy Hield is going to be hyped up for this game.
I thought you were going to say Lindy Waters the third.
No, well, he can hit some threes, but Buddy Hield, the Buddy Hield revenge game, Buddy Hield. How many games of importance has Buddy Hield even played in his NBA career? It's a low bar.
I mean, I guess you could say the playoffs last year, but
yes, you're right. But it's a low bar. And I would say an opportunity to go off against Sacramento, where he said what he said about Sacramento all those years ago. This has Buddy Hield game written all over it. That would be my argument to the Warriors figuring this thing out. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
I'm hearing your point. Now let's go through the lineup real quick. So without these guys, it's going to be Steph, Buddy, Wiggins,
Trayce Jackson-Davis, who has looked awful,
truly terrible. Sabonis. You don't realize. I mean, Sabonis is great, but you don't realize just how strong Sabonis is until he plays a Trayce Jackson-Davis or a Khalil Ware. Like, just last time they played, just bullied Trayce Jackson-Davis.
I got your what they did against the Celtics right here. And GP2 is questionable. But Andrew Wiggins, Trayce Jackson-Davis, Steph Curry, Dennis Schroeder,
who we established yesterday, buyer beware, because he has stunk since ending up in the Warriors.
Dennis Schroeder, I talked to you about Moses Moody got 32 minutes against the Celtics. That's how you know it was a blowout, because that's the only way Moses Moody gets over 30 minutes. Can I interest you in a Guy Santos?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know who that
is.
Guy
Santos, I would call Guy Santos the Colby Jones of the King.
So found
the
money?
Warriors. They're hoping. He's just kind of there. He's just always there.
18 games played, 10 minutes, 2.6 points a game.
He's there. A Guy Santos masterclass.
I straight up don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
Buddy Hield, like we mentioned, he got 22 minutes, 6 points in 22 minutes. Great stuff, buddy.
Do they still have that guy that looks like a generic create-a player?
Oh, Pat Spencer.
Yes.
Who has a brother also in the league.
Okay. But he's still there somewhere?
Player. Yes. Pat Spencer got 12 minutes. These dudes play, it was a blowout. They played 15, 16 dudes. It was ridiculous. Don't sleep on Quentin Post. Okay? 7-footer.
That's
ball.
not a name. That's a sentence.
Kevon Looney, 16 minutes. We would put some respect on Kevon Looney's name. And Lindy Waters III. That's everybody that played against the Celtics.
I got to find that Lindy Waters III video. The crazy one of like, if you had a hall pass, who would you take? And someone is you've ever seen this?
No.
Oh my gosh, I got to find this.
Kyle's gone.
Dude, it's one of the funniest videos ever.
916 says, stop already. There's no letdown games in the Doug Christie era. No need to even talk about it. Is that where we're at, Sacramento? That where we're at? There's just no chance that the Kings trick off any games moving. They're going to, right? It's just a matter of when. Do I think it'll be tonight? No, I don't. Because I just don't think without Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green, I just don't think the Warriors have enough. On top of the fact that the Kings are playing the best basketball they've played all season long. Right, you have to kind of close your eyes and envision how this would even happen. Number one would have to be Steph somehow fighting through, and Devin Carter's going to be back, somehow fighting through Keon Ellis, Devin Carter, Keegan Murray, a Buddy Hield masterclass, Guy Santos, who Kyle just found out is in the league. So much would have to happen that you don't even see possible.
I think at the end of this all, I'm convinced that there is a small chance that the Warriors could stay in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite completely write it off, but I'm real close.
Yeah. It's not Wizards level.
No one is Wizards level, but it's remember I said earlier in this year, the Pelicans are a bad team and we should not be afraid of the Pelicans because the Pelicans are a bad team. That's this with the Warriors. I just want people to know, just because they say Warriors on the jersey, this is a really bad team, and the Kings should take care of them.
There you go again. There you go again. Oh, well, you have this sound?
If she gave you a guilt-free pass to sleep with anybody, would you take it?
No, sir. You might get one pass, but at the end of the day, you want one wife. And this is the wife I want. So no.
Okay. Now what about you if he gave you one?
If he gave me a guilt-free pass, I would take it.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Sorry.
That's crazy.
Who would you take it with?
Lindy Waters III.
That is way too weirdly specific.
That's what everyone said when it came out.
How is
that possible? I have this was just from some guy on TikTok making like man on the street videos.
Right, but was this him on the Thunder?
No, this was him not even on the Thunder yet. This was I think college Lindy Waters, which I think makes more sense.
Yes, I would agree.
But again, undrafted player.
Wow.
G Leaguer for the Thunder. It's one of the funniest videos I've ever.
That is crazy.
Every time I hear Lindy Waters, I think of that video.
By the way, so we had Monday off, right? So I'm out with, I've never really seen these kids out in the wild, but I'm out in the wild with wifey and we're shopping. We grabbed some lunch and we were shopping, and out of I just hear a faint conversation, right? In behind me, wherever it is. And it was some political question or some racial question. It's two kids doing the TikTok asking questions to a random older person. I said, babe, we got to get out of here now. We're not doing it.
You're not going to be that guy.
No, I've never seen them in the wild asking questions, trying to pop on TikTok, but I saw these kids doing it. It was pretty nuts. So you be careful out there. Don't get caught in a viral moment, but then you could make some money like, whoa. We're not going to say that.
Lindy Waters III.
Ridiculous. All right. Prop talk on the other side. Predictions, dog segment. We take a look at the betting line. Will the Kings cover? Will they take care of business like they did against the Wizards? 15 more minutes with you. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings. prices.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from a good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
This year, resolve to save on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy with $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on over 30 new half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area. $8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Based on 2011 or newer Chevrolet.
Intercepted by Fred Warner.
Faithful to the Bay.
Fred gets up and runs back the other way 30.
Don't miss the excitement of 49ers game day. Secure your spot at Levi's Stadium for the 2025 season.
20, one block and he's in.
Season tickets are available now. Inventory is limited, so to speak with a representative, call 415-GO-49ers.
Touchdown!
That's 415-GO-49ers.
San Francisco!
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my all-electric SUV for a little more than a year, and I continue to love it day after day. In fact, me and my daughter, we were just on vacation not too long ago, and we rented a car while we were on the trip, and my daughter said, Dad, I like your car better. I turned to her and said, honey, you know what? I like it better as well, and I couldn't wait to get back home to my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they are more than just a dealership. They're a partner you can trust throughout the entire ownership of your luxury vehicle. Whether it's a refined C-Class or a versatile SUV lineup, your perfect Mercedes-Benz is there waiting for you. Plus, right now, you can enjoy 3.24% APR for up to 72 months on certified pre-owned models on approved credit. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is your trusted partner in luxury and reliability, and they've been doing it for more than 30 years. So head on down right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Thursday, January 23rd versus Denver. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
He's working hard to free up. Now he retreats to the logo and kind of rebalances the floor. They swing it to Keegan. Going for another one. He hits it from the line drive on the right wing. That's the 8th three-pointer that Keegan Murray has made in 13 attempts. He has 32 points. And for Keegan Murray, what a night. It's the 4th time in his second season that he has scored 30 or more, and it is the 9th time that he's made 5 or more three-pointers in a game. So now it's pure celebration mode at Golden One Center, 116-90. even a half smile on the face of Keegan Murray as he is rewarded with high fives from the bench.
That was the last time.
That was the play-in tournament game.
That was the last time that those Warriors came out to our city, our arena, Golden One Center. And, I just looked up the line, Kyle. We'll give our final predictions in a second here, but the line is 7. All right. And I like it for the Kings. I really do. And I know that, look, if the thing about the Steph hot night is that this is even worse. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga gives you that downhill aspect and the dimension that the Kings would have to account for. Without having that, you're right on the text line, the 530. I'm just scared about a random hot night from 3 for the Warriors. I know we're joking, but if Lindy Waters and Buddy Hield do get going, that's really where you have to send help, and then Steph can get cooking. That's the only way. Honestly, I see the Warriors even covering, not to be disrespectful, but let alone winning. So yeah, we'll give our final predictions here in a second. But now let's get you some cheese for that Drapes cameo. Prop talk.
Have to let it drop.
I am going to let it drop. By the way, shout out Run with Fox on the SAC chat. Are they reading the YouTube chat? Of course we are. Run with Fox. Shout out to all the newcomers here in the SAC chat. Oh, we love reading SAC chat, text line, and call line. And it is time for our predictions and dog segment. Okay, so let's get your dogs in. We will read them. Who is going to ball out tonight for your Sacramento Kings, and also give us your predictions. We will read those on air. But Kyle, you wanted to say a couple things here for your prop talk. Let's first start with who you're taking, and then you wanted to give Buddy Hield some grief here.
Just on behalf of Kings fans, because I don't look behind the curtain, but I like doing this thing where I make fun of the Warriors and Klay Thompson was going to score 0 points and all sorts of stuff like that. The thing is, all the Warriors, they're down so bad that I feel bad making fun of them at this point. There's nothing.
I guarantee you no one else in Sacramento feels bad.
But who am I going to make fun of? Klay? He's not there anymore. Draymond? He's not there anymore. Kuminga? He's not playing. It's just it's just Steph and a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, well, yesterday, or actually today, Draymond, he apologized. He said, "I'm really sorry," right? That whole thing went viral after the Wizards played the Warriors. But then in classic Draymond fashion, we didn't get a chance to play the audio. We can play it tomorrow. In classic Draymond fashion, he essentially walked back the apology. Yeah. Once you hear the audio, it's not really an apology. It's more like can you shut the bleep up about it already? That's really what he was saying.
So since I have no Warriors to pick on tonight, and I'm not touching Steph Curry, Buddy Hield, guess what, Buddy Hield? We're coming after you. 10.5 points is the line for Buddy Hield. When is the last time Buddy Hield scored 10.5 points in Sacramento? The answer is probably 6 years ago, and Buddy Hield was on the Kings until 2021. So you know what? Buddy Hield, 10.5 points, no chance. I don't care if he plays 20 minutes, 30 minutes. He can play 40 minutes. Buddy Hield's not going to get to 10.5 points against the Sacramento Kings. Also, Keon Ellis, 6.5 points over.
You got to be real careful, Kyle. It's a numbers game, brother.
I mean, you said that last time, and last I checked, Klay Thompson scored 0 points against the Kings.
He didn't play.
Yeah, Klay Thompson scored 0 points the last time the Kings played, so I think I cashed my under on that one.
Buddy Hield, his last 3 games, if this interests you. Minnesota, he had 18. Against Washington, he had 6. Against Boston, he had 6. He's set at 10.5.
Yeah, 10.5 in Golden One Center. Buddy Hield never scored 10 points at Golden One Center.
There's only 2 options, right? He either has 3 points or he has 23.
No,
those are the 2 options.
He has what you just said, 6 points. That seems to be what Buddy Hield is bringing the Warriors.
The booing for Buddy Hield in a Warriors jersey is going to be absolute cinema.
Oh, my take on booing. Just don't do it. But at the same time, it's gonna happen. The inevitable is upon us.
And that's Kyle's sake on booing. I think you can boo however much you want. You paid the dang tickets. All right. My prop talk, Kyle, it's just a numbers game, brother. And I'm going to be honest, hasn't hit in a while. So you got to be due. De'Aaron Fox has dropped down to 23.5. Okay.
His
and
brother De'Aaron Fox.
I know he says bleep your parlay. And trust me, he has. But I'm telling you, 23.5, if De'Aaron wants to keep his average, he's got to hit at some point, guys. It's just a numbers game.
Take him while they're down.
It's all it is. You're going.
Doesn't really matter.
You're going up against Steph Curry. He might be wearing your shoes. You signed to him. He's got 20 against the Bucks, 19 against the Rockets, 12 against the Wizards. This is my lock of the night. It's got to be 24 points. That's easy money. He's got to hit at some point, Kyle.
I believe. We got this.
He's gotten over 23 points, 23.5 points, one time in his last 5 games.
And I know he had a season high in assists last time, but
that's right.
You know what? I think he's got it today.
I do think it's closer to a blowout than not, but I think he will have his points by then. I think after this 12-point situation, he's got to get that average back up. All right, Kyle, it's time. Let him out.
Who let the dog down? Who let the dog down? Who let the dog down?
Let's get your dogs in. Got about a minute left. All right, Kyle, I'm going to go quickly here. I just said I'd go quickly here. Keon Ellis, he plays really. I wanted to go Keegan,
I would just
but
be chilling for real.
I'm going with Keon. He plays really well against the Warriors. I think he's going to continue that to do that, and I got Keon as my dog.
I believe. That's a great pick tonight. So the last time we did the dogs was last Thursday, and I may or may not have called out Dylan Brooks and DeMar DeRozan's matchup. And guess what? DeMar DeRozan had a 30-point game after I picked him. So tonight, I would guess Andrew Wiggins is probably going to be guarding DeMar DeRozan tonight. And Stiles, I'm going to ask you once again, if you had to pick who's a bigger dog, would you pick DeMar DeRozan or Andrew Wiggins?
That's not even close. DeMar DeRozan. Okay.
We're going back-to-back nights. DeMar DeRozan going to be the dog of the game.
Amid Rock has Fox as his dog. We got to get out of here quickly. I won't give a score, but the Warriors will cover the 7. Or excuse me, the Kings. The Kings will cover the 7.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like 10.5 if you had made me guess. It's only 7. I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. Drive Guys up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thanks to Dieter Kurtenbach. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thanks to Kyle. As always, let's get that Warriors beam. And until tomorrow, secure the beam, secure the bag, light the beam.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Kyle Draper, a.k.a. Drapes. The NBA is back, but I also want to let you know I am back on Cameo.
Gotta go.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college